Yo.
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Yeah. Oh yeah, the beast's back. Adrenaline pumping through my veins, can't relax. Original, I am not the same as these cats. I sting them if they never ever mindin' they beeswax. I don't ever cap, but I'm wearing like 3 hats. Never been a rat, but I know where the cheese at. You'll never get a trophy cause they all here where we at. You better believe that. When it's all said and done, I'll still be here standing. Never took a loss and it ain't something that I'm planning. I dare you to say something, my focus is A1. Every dog has his day, it's been mine since day one. This is real grinding, I'm still climbing. While you still trying, I'm still shining. It's real blinding, and I'm getting hotter too. Talking top 2, I'm not a 2. You let the pressure bother you when I do what I gotta do. Let's go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard. They ain't coming close to me. Flow is on atomic, I'm starting fires through poetry. The hardest out, staying loyal, no falling out. And if you step into the court, be ready, we ballin' out. Yeah, the coldest of teens, they know what we bring, don't try us. They know in between, we go for these dreams in silence. Hard work, don't mistake it for magic. We been shooting in the gym, this is target and practice. Yeah. And I'm just getting started, get my feet wet. It's all in repetition, ain't a secret. All facts, all black dress code. Pay me my respect, collecting every debt. Oh, the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Can we do better than this? Better. You got me high, then drop me low. You got there's something I can sip to let go. You got me high, then drop me low. You got there's something I can sip to let go.
just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, turn around now, turn around now. I just wanna have fun, turn around now, turn around now. I just wanna turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna turn around now. I just wanna have fun, turn around now. I just wanna now and turn around now, turn around now. I just wanna turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna
Temperatures rising, take me for a ride. Oh, it's so amazing, we got Hey, welcome back everyone. It was a cheeky camping away trip, so apologies, I've been away for the last couple of days, but I rushed my way back after this amazing man told me what the lobby is doing. Grim, it's been nearly a week, but how you been? How are things, man? You had a great cast on Monday. I really enjoyed the show, man.
Oh, mate, it's been fantastic. I'm being very well. Thanks for asking, man. Yes, you look refreshed after your camping trip there, buddy.
I don't know if that's possible, is it? People pest me about my van. Anyway, what we got on this evening, we have another scrim. Yes, it's an EU Pubg scrim. Yes, there are non-EU teams in the lobby. It's pretty stacked. If you know who is playing, you can type !teams into chat, or if you want to go look at the scores on the doors, the live leaderboards, you can do it at any given time by typing !Twire leaderboard bracket. I've even got some El Spanos in there as well. So if you're, when I see the other languages coming, I kind of copy and paste that into my bot, so obviously it appears up. Best of 6 though does mean we get to do 2, 2 and 2. And this evening we are going to kick things off with a wrangle. In the middle we will slap in that Tego, or some people like to call it Miramar with trees, and then we will follow up though on those final 2 with Miramar itself. Anyway, let's sit back, let's relax, let's just get into game number 1 though. It's going to be a wrangle. We'll go check these players down. I'll see you guys in a second. Here we go, it's match number 1, and the flight path is amazing because we start with a southeast bordering up to that kind of west-hand side king, but it does mean with a shocking plane path. Could be shocking zones, and more importantly, we now know that the first circle is not subject to that flight path anymore, and we've had a couple of crazy ones off Liverpool, especially that northeast area.
And just because it's PUBG, there, Mr. Power, you know it's going to be a stabler find a circle with a plane path like this.
100%. Plane is pretty much done and dusted. The last couple of players are going out. For those that will be new to, and obviously I'll try and keep reminding myself, those people that are descending to them set their deaths quite early on to the depths. To see the cracking of a wrangle. There are coaches. There are 5th players in the team. They've got to die straight off the bat. They obviously can listen to the team comms. They can hear obviously what they're saying, but they can't communicate with them. So they'll be taking their notes and they'll be getting ready. And as you're aware, a lot of these teams are getting ready for PGS2. So there go our coaches. There goes our plane. And we're about 4 seconds away to see our zone. Looks like a couple of teams are fully extending out, expecting it to go a bit further. It does go through the flight path, but it does pull up to that north to northwest side. When we see Everest here, King, it to me is going to continue to draw that zone towards that location.
It's funny when you see people take Everest, because it is such an advantage point to be that high, because you can obviously see down to the hospital, you can see down to South Georgie, but people can kind of sneak up on you from underneath Everest, which I only found out the other day, that you can actually get caught out up in Everest if you're not watching like directly down to the south.
Yes, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's a couple of little sneak points, especially a lot of people, I'll try and bring it up here. So a lot of people will try and play in and up here. It's quite flat, but obviously when you come over here, these wonderful bowls that these people can play on the north and on the adjacent side are really, really good. The harder push is always for me on this west-hand side. We see normally people pitch up and try and work their way up here, but it's so flat. If a player is sitting on that top, right, it's a bit of a swing, roll of the dice if you do make it up there clean. For me, Everest is about who gets there first, may conquer. That mean you're going to conquer and stay there as long as possible, but you're at least going to farm a lot of information, and it just seems to magnetize the zone. The zone always seems to come back that way.
Yeah, too right. And also, I think maybe this is more from my side of playing the game, that when you're up there and you're hard scoping, you forget to look down at the base of the hill because you
Yeah.
know you're too busy like, oh, checking these compounds. Oh, I heard gunshots to northwest or what have you, and you're hard scoping the whole time, and then like, oh wait, someone just walked up right behind me.
Yeah, and they can roll, especially if you zeke your way through. So most of the teams going for drops. Obviously, people will be going wide Sonics in this location. Sonics are trying different bits. Had the opportunity to speak to Gunnar, their coach, the other week, and yeah, they are very much on the EU grind at the moment. They're trying to figure out exactly where they want to be dropping, what they want to be doing and achieving. But then more importantly, they want to test new locations. They don't want to be caught out, because when we come to PGS2, if they get caught with someone that's actually got their I suppose their drop spot and they're being contended, they don't want to be in a position they have to fight for it, and actually they want to make sure they have somewhere else which they're comfortable, more importantly, and they're able to rotate. I think overall Sonics are going to be a very dangerous team to watch. I feel when it comes to PGS2, they're definitely putting the work in at the moment, Grim.
Do you think these NA teams have to, like, because obviously they're playing here on EU amongst a lot of EU teams, do you think they have to adjust much from coming from like NA to EU, in your opinion?
100%. So NA play style is very different. I've been pleasured to cast quite a bit of it now, and
You have.
I think the best way to sum it up is aggressive. If I was to give it one word, they are a very aggressive style of play, that they will ensure that they get a knock and they will push straight away. It's kind of that knock push mentality that we always used to see come from PUBG, and that's very much an NA style. I find EU's more tactical, so it is a kind of a knock and push, but they won't always make the push at the same time. They will sometimes wait it out. They will try and hold position. I think we always get called we're ratting it out, so to speak. That's kind of where our neck of the woods comes from. But I feel like if we look at Sonics, look at Friendly Fire at the moment, two teams that are very much grinding this region, it's going to overall make them a rounded team. They're going to understand how the EU teams play. So when it comes down to the main stages, I believe they will have a better stance. Instead of having that mentality that it's always knock push, when they start receiving a bit of fire, they might actually now be thinking, yeah, it might be knock push, but it might be knock push, wait, are they trying to take a different location? Are they wrapping in front of us for zone control? I definitely feel like it's a complete different game in different regions.
What do you have any idea what ping are they playing on at the moment when they're playing here in EU? Because I know Tiggleton plays a lot in, obviously, all around the world. Like we've all seen his oh, here we go, quick little kill there from Twisted Minds.
1, 2, 3 gone down.
The vehicle.
Yeah, a little bit of a catch in that rotation. Got to be cautious though, because they might come aggressive now. 1, 2, 3. But yeah, they're not going complete push blind. It's like they are going back. Be cautious to see if they maybe tie their cars up and maybe make a play themselves. But I think Twisted Minds will get that kill clean. Yeah, it looks like they are going to go from there. Go on, sorry, what was you saying? The ping. Do you know what? I think they're in that. I know they're in the hundreds, mate. I think, but I don't think they're in the 200 bracket personally, but.
Because I've seen Tiggleton play on the old YouTubes, and he's played with some pretty horrible ping pretty effectively in like the Korean servers and stuff like that. Because obviously in the big tournaments they'll be land based.
Yep.
So they won't obviously have that there.
Yeah, they won't.
Twisted Minds here. Has he got an Overwatch on Friendly Fire?
Tornado, he's picked the feet, so we now know there's 2. This is what I'm talking about. We won't see him really engage. He will wait. You can see the rest of his team now is coming around. Last will use the tree, using the tree just to provide a bit of cover so he can sneak in. I think he's going to be coming into that sort of sound distance now as he does go for the cheeky crawl. And M249 in front. The cars are leaving. I think he's hoping they're going to come this way. Does catch someone. There goes one down. Knows the second one's in the compound as well. So the Tornins, though, does get Roth. He's down. And Friendly Fire. Yeah, M249. Dangerous gun to be even when you backed into a corner. Won't need to get a reload on, put it that way. So he can just provide a large amount of cover. The rest of Friendly Fire, though, are on their way. Blue Zone AD is cooked. It will cause him some damage. Instantly needs to get on that res, but it will stop the team coming in themselves. Actually, it does actually get done by his own team's Blue Zone nade. There goes a second. That's going to get him that knock. Good use, though, Blue Zone nades. We see this more so now, stacking up those Blue Zone nades. I said before, the more that these lay in here, the more it becomes. It's going to be, we're going to see different teams play different stances. But it looks like it's going to be full disengagement. Friendly fire. They lose one. And then they lose a second. Now down, obviously, to the final two. Sharp shot on Page will take Cube. Not a easy compound to hold, though, as a duo.
No, definitely not. With Twisted Minds picking up their down player inside that blue zone grenade, do you know if the bleeder is lessened from a blue zone grenade if you pick that person up?
Do you know what? I don't know. Maybe chat does. I don't believe it changes. But I can ask in the PUBG Discord. Because one of the tech guys will know.
Yeah, that's interesting. Because I seen him pick him up there and carry him out, but wasn't sure if it because he was quite low. Wasn't sure if he was just got out of the reach of the blue zone grenade there, or if it was actually part of the carry mechanic, like helping to stop the bleeding, if you will.
I think it was the bubble. So I think the curve of the bubble, he wasn't in it. Our perspective looked like he was, but I think he was pretty much then out of it. But yeah, I actually really like that they don't just stay like a level plateau. That actually we see it bubble in a ball. That's why, again, we're seeing so many more now when it comes down to compounds and buildings, flushing people out, forcing people outside of their stance, their area, or they're backed into a corner. And I think that was just a wicked example. Twisted Minds doubled up on a blue zone nade. Yes, they did knock their own player while doing it, but aggressive push, aggressive stance, double blue zone nade, confirm that knock pretty quick.
Yeah, it's quite a different dynamic, blue zone grenades, because in my mind, they're a utility like the Molotov cocktail. You know, you can clear like a building's room, if you will.
Yeah.
But yeah, because it's got that like that spherical 3D shape rather than just like laying flat. Oh, and after ult there. Oh, Habiko trying to get some M249 action as well, but not hitting home enough with those shots, unfortunately.
Yeah, Baku's a dangerous player. Very, very dangerous player. Definitely the M249s, I keep taking the mic, like it's Chris made it acceptable. There are so many more people carrying it now. It's a heavy hitter. Plus, you've got enough in there to cause some major damage and without having to do any reload. Zone has shifted out, gone back towards the Everest, and now FaZe take the highway. They will hear the car from SRM in front. I'll be interested to know if they actually make the aggressive stance and maybe chase down. They are split, so they need to be cautious because they've got an SRM player coming from behind. Wonder if they Pete's going to actually maybe stop in the high lows, but they've just been taken by Beyond, so this is going to be a dangerous push from him. He's not going to get the opportunity to cut the engine. He's going in full force, and there's already a team here. They're getting in the vehicles. He's able now to get out, and the buggy's not going to be a great car to hide from. He does get him. No. Great shots, though. Instant reaction, and lucky that the guard was leaving. That could have gone the other way.
Yeah, there was a nice play from Baron Peak there, using that little ridge, stopping the buggy at just the precise time. Probably a bit of experience and a bit of luck, but well played to him. Timing was spot on. Oh, we see some firefights now between Sonics there, and 2 down for Sonics. FaZe Clan eliminated. That was over in a blink of an eye.
Oh, that was quick as well. We're only phase number 2 now. Sonics had a 2-2 splits. They're going to have to get in the cars and come for this res. Rimsey should be resible. Mime is now coming. Nice 2-2 split. Holden FaZe obviously went for the high ground. The high ground was already taken. We'll go tune in with the bottom side though. Hype Beast. They play in. No names. Gets a little peeky boo through the window. The Hype Beast will have to be slightly on the defensive. I think they've just pulled up here. They haven't got all the information. They're trying to figure out exactly where these players lay. That's why we can see Doffy's kind of pushing forward now. Inti now pushing back. It's going to be gathering as much information as possible. But no names. They're already here, and they know exactly where these two players. One nade in low, one nade high. I do put Doffy's down to a 2. It'll be a little bit of a hard hold for them. They need this other car, but you can see it's lurking around there, King. It's going to be coming into this free stack in the corner, I think.
Yeah, too right. Here comes the reinforcements. They were smart to not begin this push too early. They're obviously playing a wee bit more aggressive now. The use of utilities coming through the window. They are nice from building to building nades. Yeah. Now that the next 2 from Hype Beast are here, we'll see how aggressive they play. Not going to lie, like to see some aggressive plays here at the start of the night scrims. You know, it's Friday night and all. You know, we've come to it's party time, mate. Why not?
People are ready for this evening. There comes the first knock. And I think they'll be trying to look. They know there's an off angle, so they know they've got one of the no-name players across the street, so I'd expect him to go on the outside, the field side, but it has been answered. There is a call, there is a hold line, as no-name's refusing to allow the push. Now, a knockback means they've got to get the opportunity to get the res in, but now we see this swing go the other way. No-name's now going aggressive, as they're looking. There goes a 3-down final player, stuck up in the corner. Jam unable to get the res, and what came as a quite nice tactical little peeky-boo round the corner. Actually, I think they tactically made the right push one way. It resulted in a nade ending, I'm sure. There we go.
Just like that. And just for some good measure, there's a wee bit of a mortifier coming into this location as well. As we can see also, when he was making that push, it was Exalt getting a wee bit of third-party fire onto him as well. So you're never safe in PUBG, are you, from the old third-party action?
No. And do you know what? If you break it down, that was a good play, though, from Hypebeast, right? They got the knock. They knew they couldn't go inside Gatka, the safer run, because they had the player on the other side of the building. So they went for the outside. Just unfortunate, though, they only had Exalt behind them, and obviously they were taking some shots down, and it actually resulted in them getting caught in the end. Good nades, good defense, and No Name seems to be off to a good day. I always say this about this team: if they get started well, they can be super aggressive, and a team which you'd expect to be on that leaderboard. Let's go tune in. We can't play guess what's in the drop, because our friendly fire team, they are now holding, and we still got the spectators blip, which is lovely. Get the action just after it arrives, but hey ho. I don't think we're going to get the opportunity
Can't be everywhere at once, mate.
Right, come on, let's quickly play it. Guess what's in the drop? For those in the chat, get it in chat now. But King, guess what's in the drop, bro?
It has to be a FAMAS.
Rosa, we would have got FAMAS and play.
I am terrible at this game, mate. I tell you what.
Keep practicing. We've got a few more to go, mate. We've got a few more.
And talking about, is that Exalt up on Everest now as well? Is it two of...
No, that's Hyperbeast, I think. Yeah. No, Murado Avocado. They've pushed him. So
Murado Avocado. Yes, indeed.
Yeah. I love this. EU is tactical, aka soft and passive. I like that. That's a better way of putting it. I like that. I'm going to use that. I'm going to use that now. Can hear more mortars coming in. I'll be keen to see if they hit for the smoke. How? Always got a good following. Always got support in chat. And 1-2-3, who lost one early. Nate over the top. Actually, great splash damage though, as they are going to try and get you to back. But it is a bit of a cliffhanger to get those nades up and over. It looks like 1-2-3 opting to go down and round, and it's the final player. So a little bit of hit and run. And Mime looks like he's coming from behind. So Exalt now losing one as well. Sonic's now on 7 kills. Twisted Mind, they're really, really impressive at the moment. They're holding that Georgie Pool container area, and actually they're holding really, really firm. They're picking up as many kills as they can, and then also they are picking up some of those kills. 110 ping. Thank you, Sample, for letting us know. They are rolling on 110 ping.
Is it the ping for NA?
Yeah.
I think Twisted Mind are in a fantastic position, especially if the zone shifts away from Everest. There are so many teams right now playing around the base of Everest. If they all have to come towards the containers in South Georgia Pole, that is incredibly, incredibly fat and open ground between there and Everest. There's a handful of trees at best. But the drop's there. They could always hold behind that drop.
It is Exalt with the mortar strike. And if they dial in this second one in, it's coming straight down. It's actually gone further. So a bit of a throwaway. First one was a hit. So zone shifting away. And like the river in Tago, again, it's Everest for me on a angle, especially when you see so much of it being in. So expected to pull back a little bit more. Murado Avocado in a good spot. I think they're going to now try and hold. They need to be cautious. You can see their positioning on the hill. They're really focusing on ensuring teams don't come from behind. That's really good. No Names have got a big decision now. That pink team in that southeast corner. Do they go wide? They've got the opportunity to go round in the car and not have to take on the teams that are lurking in the south. Or do they go aggressive? Do they go up and over the hill? Like, I think whatever happens, it involves some action. It looks like they are opting to go more to the west-hand side now. So they are going to be rolling into teams like Sonics. Beyond are also going to be able to get a third party. So for me, they can't stop here. They are just going to have to go for a full send at the moment.
Oh, definitely. It's going to be a Hail Mary run, that's for sure, for them. And I love how they've skinned it to a McLaren as well, so they're making as much noise as possible.
Yeah. God, I love that car, but yeah.
It looks like they're going to go to head straight in towards possibly Twisted Minds there in the containers of South Georgia pole.
Yeah, sort of rolled him. They could have gone around so much more quiet on the other side and come in here, but yet they've gone round through every single team, picking up every single bit of action, and then finish up on our win or die team. No, 2 of them remain, but this little backed into a corner. Shorty's going to get the knock here. They do get the knock, though. There's another one down, and then we see a final 2 from No Names. They could have gone around the other side of the mountain, and they would have been safer, but yet they opted to thread the needle. And unfortunately, they might have stabbed a few fingers on that rotation round.
That's the give and take of gambling, isn't it? There was a gamble taking it around that way and not taking the blue. Do you chunk the damage, take the safer route, or unfortunately take the route they did. You know, they weren't to know though. So, but No Names now taking some fire as well. Twisted Minds, like you were saying. Is it just one of them that's moved up to the base of Everest?
Yeah, Batorlins, he's been caught as well. Aggressive stance though from Batorlins, but I think he'd be safe. That's Morado Avocado causing death from above, but they should be able to get this res, and it is an aggressive stance for them. Looks like No Names though. Eventually they will be pushed the other way, so looks like our win or die team needs to make a decision now which way they go. They're going to know they've got a player lurking a single. But with Twisted Minds already stealing kills over here, they are fully aware that there is a win or die team lurked in it. I love that. They have picked him up. They put him in the back of the car. No Names, though, spins from behind. He causes some damage. And look at that. Twisted Mind using the new ability. Pick up the player, put him in the back of the car, send him to containers, and he'd be good for a res. Nice and safe. Don't even risk it.
And then... Look at this, Twisted Mind's going to reinforce down the bottom of the hill with their other player now as well. They've almost like done a 2-2 split and then swapped out the 2-2 split. I've never actually seen someone do that before. That's smart.
It's like a tag team.
What's happening here?
Tactical tag team. Tactical tag team. Love it.
I fucking like that thing. But what's happening here? Beyond, look, it's Sayere there, down to 14 HP, fighting from the blue up Mount Everest, literally fighting uphill the whole way. And the man is not out of trouble yet. He's going head-to-head with Morado Avocado here on the top of Everest. One has gone down. He hasn't even healed up yet. He's just prone, waiting for the firefight with that org.
I don't know if he's got any heals.
Here comes the push.
Yeah, he had no heals in his body. Looks Twisted Minds, though, don't need a second excuse now to make the push because they are playing all the way up the top. Then Morado Avocado on the adjacent side. They've been under a bit of pressure. And that is because the teams from the south were continuing to work their way up. eBay. Final player for them, first kill on the board. And Pennywise is going to be coming to a little bit of a bowl, but it's going to be a matter of time before he picks him up. But I'm a bit worried actually from behind. It might have been Twisted Mind, but no, Beyond Spin, and Pennywise says, thank you very much. I'll take a kill, but I'll also take 8th place.
Twisted Minds are just, if you had to write a textbook on how to steal kills and third party someone in a game, these guys are writing it in front of our eyes right now. This is amazing from them. They've gone from the containers from Georgia Pole and literally fought their way up the mountain, collecting kills along the way. Absolutely sensational stuff. But they've lost one player now to a nade from Shrimsy.
I thought you just chucked a blue zone nade. That's a blue zone nade, isn't it? That is a blue zone nade.
It is.
You can't push me. I'm going to... Oh, mine with a worldie of a nade. Then followed up by Shrimsy. My NA util... Pulling apart Twisted Mind's 13 kill run. They were like, we are the kings of the lobby. We can push anyone. And Sonic's on the other side sitting on 10. We're like, nah, do you know what? This is our mountain. NA's here to stay, baby.
Like, all those nades came from a different player, and they almost all exploded on the exact same location. That was teamwork. Oh, we're coming down the hill. Twisted Minds. How will finish off that Twisted Mind player coming down the hill? They've just one left, Twisted Minds, but 13 kills on the board for them in this first game. They're not out of it yet, and they've had a great game so far. They'll definitely be pleased with their first game effort.
Yeah. It's fairly fun. They're still surviving, and they've been down some numbers. I don't. Did he see? I think he saw him. He must have seen him. Yeah, he did. He saw him. Face. Disgusting. Go put the handbrake on, mate, quick. I think he saw him go down to his stomach. I feel like if he wouldn't have moved, he would have been clean. Question mark?
And
Good night.
So he would have seen much less of him as well because we've got the name tag, you know, and that's
Yeah.
a vivid, bright purple name tag to see as well. He would have just glimpsed the body silhouette as well.
Yeah.
So kudos to him for catching that out the corner of his eye.
Always look left and right when leaving any building. We are top 6 now, so Petornis will go get himself some more gear. And it looks like he has level 3'd himself up. So obviously the gun's been left behind. More than willing to go play Guess What's in the Drop if you want to give it another go, or if you want to leave it for the next round. We can always come back for the next round. How? Takes a little bit further in. They've been sitting firm here. They've been subject to a bit of a mortar strike, but with a bit of a throwaway mortar, and it wasn't dialed in. And our Sonics team, who have kind of been holding that 2-2 split for some time, they'd lose one, and obviously they had to then work their way in for that res, and then held the bottom of Everest. And now lose zone again for the first time. So got to get shift in, but only 6 teams. There is a little bit of room. Wouldn't be surprised to see if they maybe take this one a little bit more passive on the way in.
It was interesting to critique Sonic's movements there. They've crested up and down Everest, I think, twice. I think they came down and went back up again a second time. That's quite interesting, actually. Quite a few people would probably commit to the top and stay there, but they have rotated up and down when needs be, if you will. It's very interesting.
He was a danger point, right? The danger was coming in from above. So they knew they had to deal with it. If they would have left the team up there, it would have been punishing towards them. So I think they've made tactical decisions to make the right play to extinguish a team out. I felt like I've seen them play Everest, so it's got in the back of my mind is like, hey, Gunners mostly have told them like to play bottom side, play from the bottom of the mountain. Can they play out? And I think this is what we see with the Scrims, right? They are working their way up. Petornis, though, trying to play peekaboo around the other side. He does get caught, but it looks like the shots are stronger for him, and he should be able to get the bumper across. So a nice little shoot, wrap, and push as he wraps his way around the tree, puts the player in, and obviously he gets moving. But now becomes subject to a bit of friendly fire.
Friendly fire.
How? Just take a tumble.
Oh, and who's this pushing on Sonics? It's just one of Hal pushing on towards Sonics at the moment, possibly trying to create some room for his teammates to get the revive off on the other side of the gully over there. But they've got Twisted Minds pushing them as well. Hal's in a bit of a pickle here if they don't keep their head on a swivel, if you will.
Twisted Minds eventually going down. But do you know what? I think that's the right play. I generally think that was the right play. Twisted Minds. He knew, Tony knew he couldn't get away from it. He knew Hal had the better cover, and if he was trying to push over, friendly fire, we're going to be on the third party action. Sonics will find it quite hard now to get in. They're down to the final player. And there we go. Done and dusted. Trying to play out. Very hard to play from the low side, especially when teams are so controlled here. Question mark though. 6 kills for them. Hal with 2. But they've also got 6 kills. And then we got the friendly fire team who were on 3, but they picked up another couple. So yeah, they are now on 6. So for a team that went down numbers really early on, actually subject to that twisted mind, they picked a compound, they survived out. And then more importantly, when the zone shifted, they picked another compound and able to survive out really, really well. And a tough area to hold as a duo.
Yeah, definitely right. So with this positioning, how different do you think it would have played out for Twisted Minds if they never committed to attacking up Everest and they stayed in South Georgia Pole containers and trying to just like third party Hal Sonics for the entirety, like probably possibly up until now they probably wouldn't have lost their players? Or do you think it was the right move for them
no,
to
I think
start
no.
attacking?
For Twisted Minds was the right play, in my personal opinion, because they would have eventually lost zone. They had their little 2-2 compound, and that 2-2 compound is really hard. So the 2-2 compound is you are visible by question mark and friendly fire. So they would have been punished trying to run forward. So they actually played into coverable area. They wanted to be where Hal were. They wanted this terrain here. Control from Everest, play from the trees around. We're seeing Hal now hit that barrage. This is the area we're talking about. It's just horrible. It's all flat here. There's a couple of rocks, but this would have been them. So I think it was the right play. It didn't quite work out for them. And friendly fire, heroes res, heroes drive, and we just get rid of the X-ray. We can have a look what the players can see, and not much, but they are getting the right shots. So he does go in between the two, and he's going to try and now get the res while he can. More importantly, he's in zone, and should be able to get his boy back up. But I expect utils coming thick and fast.
That was a beautiful use of a smoke wheel, in my opinion. That was nice. This last smoke is about to finish. Oh no, they popped a fresh one. So that's going to work out nice for them. Yeah, I agree with your previous statement. I think Hal had one of the stronger positions in the gully that they had. That's a real deep one. You know, even Sonics found it hard to fight over and get to Hal. But now, though, I think the zone's kind of wrecked it for Hal. And like you said, this is a hard bit of terrain to cover. It's so open.
I always will try and remember as well to take the X-ray off. So apologies, people, if I don't. So I like to give you guys what now the players can see. It's all well and good that we can see through it, but it doesn't kind of look right sometimes. And thank you for the people that DM me to remind me. Looks like question mark though. After killing the bottle with SRM sitting here before an 100 ADR, a little bit further over, gives them the opportunity to go back to these boxes and pick up a little bit more loot. But they are sitting just outside the zone. It should slow right the way down. It's phase 8, so we'll go phase 8 to phase 9. It's going to be a quick one. Surely chat will be screaming out. It's going to be a question mark win. Easy. We'll see those little QM logos appearing. They are using the smoke though. Try and get quickly as they can, as close as they can for those nades. But they are falling just short. But the shots will come raining in. Page on his rags and got nowhere else to go. And that's the end of friendly fight. Do you know what? Kudos though. Getting to third place though. And you've only got 2. But I feel like this now is pretty much rigged, done and dusted. They are going to have to try and work his way. And if I come off the map, I can't even get there in time. Winner, chicken dinner. Question mark, though. 10 kill game. 20 points. But more importantly, they weren't the highest killers in that lobby, though. Because we had Sonics racking in huge amounts of kills. And we also had our Twisted Minds racking in, again, a huge amount of kills. So, generally, a good game. And yeah, again, huge kudos though for the boys for our question mark though, who were able to. Wrong one.
Smart play. Just
go on, mate. Go on.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, we saw a wee bit of action from question mark early on, and they kind of just sort of played it smart to the very end, and then chose right at the end to play super aggressive and take out that chicken dinner. But they still got 10 kills though, so. You know, points on the board to them, so well done.
Again, what Scrims are for? They're obviously clearly trying different strats. I will say Monday night was yours, and they had like 4 chicken dinners, question mark. So they started
4,
the evening,
yes.
and they stormed it. On Tuesday, when I was casting it, they started with a chicken dinner, but they then couldn't close out. A lot of other teams were causing them problems. So I'll be eager to see if they are also... oh, that's really nice. One of the players just invited me to the lobby, so I don't have to like go find it. Thank you very much. Keep doing that. It makes it easier for me to get back in. Yeah, but on Tuesday, very different from question mark. They got. I need to double check to make sure I'm in the right lobby. I am in the right lobby. Thank God. Not being invited to some random scrim to now cast. We swap it all out. But yeah, they couldn't quite get going question mark though on my day. But you could see the cogs were there. It looked like it fell right for them. The zone fell right for them. That control outside hospital was really good. Sometimes you see teams just go too aggressive up and over. They didn't rush finishing the team's SRM and 100 ADR in the bowl. They kind of let them be, and you could see they were picking the shots every time we sort of flew around. A lot more action though, very much down on that south side. But no names. Why did you rotate west? I still don't know. But anyway, GG's on that one. Let's take a quick break. That was our game number 1. It is best of 6 though this evening, so we have another 5 coming up. But yeah, winner, chicken dinner. Question mark though, put the game on the board. Right, we'll see you guys in a couple of minutes for round number 2. Here we go. It's game number 2. Can't wait. Flight path, though, is the southwest up towards the north central. Not great, King. But we know the zone is not subject to that flight path. So here we go again round the PUBG merry-go-round.
Only seen one team landing multi that first game. Wasn't FaZe. It was, can't remember who it was landing down there. Was it Beyond, perhaps?
Beyond, yeah.
No
Beyond.
names.
Beyond
it was Beyond. It looks like. Sorry.
Beyond it.
It's interesting playing flights like this. I think that so many people were like, oh, should we all drop Pomorsk? No, it's going to be too dangerous. Shall we drop military? No, it's going to be too dangerous. Shall we drop quarry? Nah, let's drop military instead.
Obviously,
but maybe I'm wrong. I think.
Well, a lot of the viewers won't know as well. A lot of the viewers won't know. Obviously, because it's a scrim, the players will be. They will say what their drop zones are in the scrim. It's in the Scrim Discord, so there'll be no surprise really people drop in, and our EU teams have prior over our NA teams when it comes down to that as well. Now obviously PGS2, you see teams like Sonics and Friendly Fire who are in it, they obviously get an extra little prior bleep bump. Might be wrong with that one, but obviously they won't get the top pickings compared to the EU teams in the lobby. Zone is exactly the same.
Yeah, very interesting. First circle. Be interesting if it shifts back the exact same way as that first game goes. That would be hilarious. Don't often see repetitive zones very often. So maybe now that I've said it, it will happen.
Are you mad? All the time. It might be an A. It's always the same. Like 3 of them always like land up back to back. I was like, this is the same zone. It's like pretty much the same combat. Maybe not so much on the EU side, but these two will be able to fight. So we do have our HAL team versus our Sonics team. And I get the ability to tag them up. Now they will be calling for reinforcements. Looks like the first set of reinforcements though is coming very strong from Sonics. As that car will be over the top. HAL get the first knock though, as he's up on the roof, and he's going to get reinforcement now, sweeping him from the east-hand side.
That was a beautiful play to go up on the roof, get some overview there. That is well played, I must admit, from HAL. We'll see. Interesting to see how Sonics answers this. Is it Tiggleton? He's coming up the stairs. Is he going to try and go for the revive, or is he going to try and get a knock? No, he's going to go for the revive, isn't he?
No, he won't. We'll see it coming from behind. So mine will be the person that will potentially push in and try and take the res. Scrims will go for the cover and fire, but HAL's been hyper aggressive. They've already pushed in here, so
Tiggleton taking to the roof himself though.
Just trying to find the information. This is the problem. They don't really have the info that Smokes would be denying. Oh, what a shotgun through the door. Now he might play, but do they even know there's a second player in there? There comes a nade, goes out. Tiggleton does get one down as he's now running around the back. Oh, nearly run into a nade himself. He's going to have to take the opportunity to try and get some sort of meds from somewhere. He's got nothing in his back pocket. Nothing comes off the player. So Tiggleton is now going to be fighting this one out. Might see Scrimsy. He's going to have to get a little bit more aggressive here. And HAL, they got a big decision. Do they cut off, or do they bring that final player now to them?
Yeah, and that's a hard decision to make, especially in the mix of this firefight. Imagine the thoughts of the player who's not here. Like, man, I need to back up my team. Do I stay alive for the points if my team fails? But here comes the push from Sonics. They've caught him out behind the fence, and it's going to be a 3 versus 1. Not going to happen for HAL, unfortunately. And HAL down to just a single or a duo now?
I believe it's a duo.
No, it's a duo.
Where is the duo? The duo is further away.
Oh, he's Vuggers. Plenty far away. Yeah, unfortunately for them. Jugger needs to watch out now. He might be subject to a bit of Sonic's action himself if he's not careful.
To me, I'd sneak around and maybe get back to your player, take the car, use the dip, get all the way around maybe, or use a dip and split and play 1-1 until you can tag yourself up a bit later. You're in rags, really. You've got barrel, you've got shotgun. So even the longer this lasts out, the worse it's going to be for you and your team later on, especially if you haven't got the gear.
Yeah, too right. Oh, he's blessed with the drop coming over top of him. And also, what is that on the other side of the map? Is that Hyper Beast going to war with SRN?
Yep.
It sure is.
Hyper Beast though do get one. It's a tough compound. Oh, no, it guy plays peekaboo as he whips round the other side and gets the danger. Yeah, I pressed the wrong button, then my camera went up and down. You should have clocked that. Oh.
Double knocks there for SOM. One's already flushed. It's down to CM next. Oh, unfortunately, it's going to be a numbers game against CNX and Hype Beasts, not Hyper Beasts, which I keep saying wrong. So forgive my pardon on that one, sir.
It's all right. Where's your Portugal broadcast on YouTube? Not today. I will upload the video. So I literally got back from camping. I just powered up my PC. I got the logo loaded and I pressed go live. There was a technical issue I had the other day, but I didn't want to. You guys know me. I hate putting out content that has blips and glitches. So I will always apologise for Pubg and How's after trying to apologise for taking a few headies. He's trying to play aggressive back and there's no apology needed from them now. As How going to be taking the seat now for lobby. Quite a dangerously early seat to take as well. So with 2 teams out, they're going to be sitting there waiting for quite some time. And as a team, as a player, I think it's one of the main critiques that you see. Koei put a wicked video out. Obviously, we're chatting away about actually the timing between games really affects players. And it does. You're sitting there. Like, not twiddling your thumbs, you be in TDMs, but you might overcomplicate things. You're just generally not going to be as warm as the other teams.
Yeah, too right. And it was also something you mentioned in the first game. If you're playing aggressive in the first game, you're getting kills, you're getting confidence. You come into all the other games with that confidence, and it's a much calmer, better mindset to be in than like how possibly you're in now. It's like, man, we got eliminated first. That sucks. You start over analyzing things. You maybe hold grudges against certain players, and then you come into the game after that. You're cold. You're not fresh. You've got the wrong mindset. And then you can maybe then make the wrong decisions with that mindset affecting your play making.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think it's true. I think all teams will take things differently. No names. They took our military island. They come over, get clean. They don't run into towards our Exalt team who do sometimes camp out. They're going to have a little look over here as our snowmobile field. Exalt normal drop zone for them. Question mark. Obviously, they not dropped the more. So I'm interested to know because the Doozy plays out that little compound west of Quarry. I'm interested to see because he's been doing that consistently. If he gets picked up on the major comp, if they know that there's such a dangerous player isolated as solo, he might get dropped on. But we'll have to wait and see. Most teams pretty much settled. We don't have anyone else now sitting really on the outside. We've got that friendly fire, 100 ADR sitting potato. FaZe need to come in from their normal drop zone, which is that mill to farm split, but they're going to get a nice little bit of a clean run as well. It looks like Hype Beast under fire as well, because No Names scouts out and they play South Chinky Hill, and Hype Beast are already up there on the other side.
And after all, so that's our team that's up on Everest as well. We can see in the kill feed, Twisted Mind's getting some after all action from up on Everest. It's interesting to see that after that first game, quite a few teams are still playing around on the southern side of Everest this time, opposed to the previous game.
I think because we had more. We had more zone, didn't we? North side. So
yeah, definitely. Yeah.
I think Everest was centre, wasn't it? Was it?
Yeah,
yeah. Give or take was kind of. I think that might be subject to why. But yeah, a lot more people. I'd say more split out. Just following on from your point, if you look at the map now, people are picking where they believe it's going to go. Whereas last time I felt like we had a lot more teams condensed into like what I'd classify as end zone players. They're putting themselves in positions where they think it's going to bump and go their way.
Yeah, most people gambling that it's probably not going to be an Everest final circle. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and taking those smaller compounds just around the outside of it. Yeah, very possibly. But it looks like everyone's believing it's going to go south of Everest. Well, technically has already, but we shall see. Oh, high pace few warning shots there on towards Twisted Minds, I believe that was. But Zenga just letting them know they're there, trying to make them scared, if you will.
They're picking up 100 ADR, rotate through the field. Fairy Tail's got a nice little 2-2 split. Got to be cautious, but a lot more teams though. Yeah, I was going to go 2 ways for me. It's either going to play out towards the Everest and it's going to retract into that field where we see kind of like Win or Die, Twisted Minds, and we are seeing that after all push now. Oh, it looks like it's a UAV.
It's a Biko.
Loco though, he's scouting for information. I think he's scouting for some usable intel. The zone shifts though, and it does come down. I love doing this myself. When you just cut the glide, let it glide, and you can have a little cheeky look of where to go. I think he'll bank left now and follow the zone round. I think wouldn't be surprised to see if he goes in for a little bit of death from above now, as the rest of the team, though, already pulled up, has major capabilities of coming back this way as well. As I said, it is map number 2. So, that'll be cautious. A lot of early action this second game already. Klim, good nade, but no connection. They are keen to maybe try and make the push. I think they'll be waiting for their UAV to come from above. Here comes a flash. There goes a secondary one now as well. Quizzy, though, he's backed up into a corner. Quizzy going down as well. And we are seeing the final player now from Will or Die. He is getting tabs and maybe a little bit from death from above. Information gained and information used very effectively.
Was that all Klim?
I think so, yeah.
Did he? I think that was all Klim. What is that? Is that a Predator medal?
That's a danger medal for him.
But I think that was definitely helped by that having his teammate up in the glider, though. That was definitely a nice move, though. It's amazing how much a wee bit of intel can impact your game in PUBG. Like, if you have just a wee bit of awareness of one team or two teams, you can make such smarter decisions if you go opposed to going into somewhere blind.
Yeah. I don't know if they know there's a player here. Yeah, should do, because he's running around, so information. Fairy Tale do 2-2 split. So this is kind of a 2-on-1 scenario. Peekaboo ready, lined up, waiting for their head to peek though, and he does peek out, but gets caught himself. Doesn't really do the damage, and Nabat is looking to get the util back through playing. Post the util, Nade does the damage. He's going to roll straight into a gun though, as Nabat instantly comes back on the other side. Great speed, great use of utility.
Is Friendly Fire also going to be pushing on to this third party? Because we've got, who is it? Hype Beast in here. We've got 180R. We've got Fairy Tale. And it looks like Friendly Fire is also like, oh, there's something going on over here. Have a wee cheeky look.
M249 laying down with a 4-time scope. That is disgusting behaviour. Oh, my days. Oh, Rofto gets the knock. They are going to be laughing. I'd love to be in their party for this one. Here comes a knock push. And the M24. Actually, they're not going for it. They're disengaging from it. No names, though, taking shots for them on the fire party action.
It looks like Fairy Tale here going to consolidate their forces. They've got a 2-2 split going on, but they've got one knock. No, are they not going to join their teammates? They're going to keep on going.
Where are they going? I think they're called.
Where are they?
Oh, they might have given up the compound. They've left it though. Hype Beast capitalised on that. What an instant take from that team. They saw the car leave. They knew he was the position they wanted, and they took it so quickly and so clean. They bullied the remainder of the Fairy Tale. Miscommunication in their Discord and in their party chat. Clearly, they were scared. They were getting pushed. Maybe they then went, "Hey, we need to now consolidate down to a 2." The call clearly went back. No, you need to hold the compound. That's where the zones go in, and this seems to be the result. They are holding on by a very fine strand at the moment.
I mean, Friendly Fire must have moved up from there. I think they did after we seen that M249 shooting from the rock. I think they moved because they would have got absolutely demolished. But is that Friendly Fire coming down now? It is too.
Yeah, they're These guys
need to book it. They need to book it to this compound if they're going to get away with their lives. But no, Friendly Fire keeping going as well.
Yeah, I don't think Friendly Fire want to know for the zone. That there is such a smart play from that team. They instantly knew they wanted to go for it. They made the play. The zone, though, goes up high. We're going to see a few clashes of heads now because we've still got 14 teams, actually. We lost more teams in that first game, especially before this game started. Arthur, though, who death from above, landed down here. 5 kills already, and they find themselves down prime real estate as the rest of the teams now coming in. He's Store flying around. Store trying to gather information and intel. It has to be running out of fuel soon. 1, 2, 3. They've got a huge 2-2 split. Surely with this zone, they've got to collapse that.
You'd think so, but it's hard to know. It's interesting. It would be so nice to know what's actually going on, to be privy to this party's discords, to know what's actually going on with the teams. Like how much of it is actually premeditated, and how much of this goes on by accident. After all, here getting pushed by FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan taking a couple knocks, so after all, holding this compound firmly. The man there from FaZe falling behind the car is not to get caught out and flushed. It's down to Jerusalem Peak. Can he get a knock and take some of the pressure off his team? His teammate will get flushed. The nade goes in the building. Clem, though, will go down from that nade. That was on point.
Remember though, the rest
here.
the rest of the team though is further away. Gustav here is really holding this team together. He's got the ability potentially now to get. He does see the back. Oh, the metal just denies him the shots that he needed. The molly's denying him the access to the door that he wants. The free fire comes through the door, gives away, does pick up. And now we are going to see the remainder of the team now pushing through. And it has come out the UAV, and the headshot though for Gustav goes down. He's unable to get the res. I'm so surprised Gracie didn't get run over. It's like he held that car in crawl mode to ensure that no one can get him.
It was almost looking like the car was pushing him.
Yeah.
But I think it was just crawling at the same time. Yeah, he was lucky, but unfortunately that's all over from FaZe now. Beyond here, giving up the little tower building, little satellite tower building, because Sonics are pushing in on their position, so they're going to, really down the hill in style. Well done, boys.
Lots of action, lots of early action. Not as early as I'd say on that last game. Still intrigued that this fight really hasn't kicked out, but it looks like Fairy Tail has reset. They're crawling their way back. Hypebeast is going to give up. Going to take some shots themselves. Use the walls nicely
out
though.
Of there.
Nice use of the walls though. Nice use of the compound. Really denied those shots.
I'm surprised who is it? Oh, it's H1SX for 180 yards, just hiding in the trenches there, just waiting for his time to probably get out of there and get to the zone. Probably doesn't want to overcommit himself to a wall of Fairy Tail at this point, or
I think he's praying they leave that car. I think he wants to take this. It doesn't matter what rags it's in. He's got meds. It's phase 4, so it is gonna tickle a little bit more than the average. But I can't see Fairy Tail making a mistake and coming down here, or at least going into the trench. I should say that he's lurking his way down. I think they're just having a little scout. He's gonna play, isn't he? He can hear the footsteps. Can he hear him popping the med? Oh, you should have seen him. Naybat should have seen him then. Should have seen his head pop up. That car stopped. Surely.
No. Yes, maybe. No, he hasn't. He's not looking this way at all.
Here comes the car. As the zone's coming, he's gonna have to take these shots now. There's 1, 2 kills.
Textbook.
Nice. Do you know what? Take the 2 kills. Thank you very much. No one's gone down as well. He's got a car there.
Has got another.
Is
he going to get out of this? He has got a car there. Is he going to even get this third?
He will. He'll go down to the trench at the end. And
is that car might run him over. Look at that car's. No, it's too slow.
Way too slow. Looks good though. He's going to go to the zone. Yeah.
Now, Glebester, he's finished off. Now the zone will make short work of that. 180R might live to see another day. No names, though, down to just Presenti. The last man standing for his team. He needs to pull something magical out of his bag of tricks if he wants to keep his team alive. Facing off against Morado Avocado, but no. Morado Avocado with a slight bit of height advantage there. Crest over that ridge and eliminate them here in game number 2.
Love the spectator blip now. It is what it is. Hypebeast. No, they are taking some shots as they rotate through the field up to nowhere. But 1, 2, 3 team, they have collapsed slightly, but they have left the player a bit further in. I think they believe it's going to come down this way, so they are positioning their cars up, waiting for a little bit of fortification. But a little bit of return, a little bit of a not so much of a fairy tale ending, but he's going to be able to punish a little bit more back. Ooh.
Well, he's got those 2 kills on the board for his team, so he's doing his job all right for Fairy Tail. Oh, and Exalt there getting caught out.
Took a shot to the gut at the end. He goes down and out. Mono Avocado down as well. We are seeing a little bit more of a thinning of the pack. We do make the placement point now for our first time in the second game. And 100 AVR. They took 2 kills on the board, no placement points. Do you know what? GG's. Take it. Zone shifts back down the way towards the Gatka, the wonderful snaky road with the trench on the other side and friendly fire. They are in prime real estate. Question mark, got a very tough rotation now to come in. King Beyond have got a little, they're going to dip themselves into that little crest. Obviously 1, 2, 3 for me is going to stay in Gatka. Can't see Hypebeast moving. I think they're going to herd just on the outside edge. Fairy Tail, after all, where'd you go?
Yeah, and like you said, I think arguably, Fairy Tale are in a very strong position here. So not Fairy Tale, Friendly Fire. They've got the numbers, they've got the full team, they've got centre circle, they've got a compound that's defendable. A lot of teams are going to have to come to them on some arguably very open terrain. If you come up the road, that is at least anyway. You've got a pretty clear line of sight down both east and west up against that road. I think the dip across from the Friendly Fire compound, there's like a large dip there.
But this is what Beyond should take. I'd be surprised if Beyond don't go into this. They're taking cars trying to cross over. They know there's a team above. I'm actually surprised they went that wide for it as well. Full 360 Endo. Do a kickflip. There's the man who invited me in, GG's. But I don't know why Beyond rotated so high up. I know they would have seen Friendly Fire. Maybe they didn't catch the car leaving this location. But surely as a 3-man, you would have taken that dip you're talking about, this dip here, aggressive, and stance yourself up. I don't think Sonics need to move though just yet, but they're going to be a problem for that team.
Possibly they were just completely unaware of Sonic's position, because there was all Sonic that was pushing that pressure onto them leaving the vehicle. But hey, who knows what's going on in the minds of these players? Very stressful, even though it is a scrims. And Tiggleton here, them SLR burst fire, the way he does it, so fast, isn't it? It's a beautiful thing to watch.
Can we play the game? Can we play it? It's not been got. Yeah, so we can play it. So yeah, obviously, for those that are new in chat, we always like to play guess what's in the chat. It is Gibson Cast. We need to do it as quick as we can because 7 teams. But come on, King, what is in the drop?
AVM, mate.
And guys in chat, spam it in chat, spam it in chat, spam it in chat. MG, baby.
I just about guarantee it's not going to be what I say it is.
So question mark had I'm going to say one of the harder rotations. They actually went all the way over towards the other side, and they've kind of landed in towards this dip. I don't know if they're aware. They are aware. The team, Big Nay, though, comes over. Second one will be Pinpoint. Oh, I thought he was going to bounce off that metal side and come rolling back. Nay, so are coming back. So both these teams know there's someone close, but they don't know exactly how close they are. Util, bit of a throwaway. Looks like they're going for a little bit of a different stance on it. That secondary nade might be good. Does get the re-knock. Now they know where that knock came from. They might throw some more, or they might have already burned out all of the nades they can. That blue zone nade will come back, so will force them to move slightly themselves. Friendly Fire, you've got to be looking at this in chat and going, if you're a Friendly Fire fan, loving this zone, loving the capabilities that actually their team could be taking a chicken dinner if they can stop teams crashing on them. Again, center compound there, King.
Yeah, too right. And it doesn't look like anybody wants anything to do with their compound, though. It's like it's got a stink on it or something.
It's too hard to push, though, right?
That is true. Like, it'll be one of those once bitten, twice shy situations. A lot of people would have tried pushing that before and failed miserably. And they'll be like, well, it's we don't need to push it, so why would we? But I think Sonics are just in, like, they can't stay where they are, and they've got, I think, after all they're having a firefight with on the other side.
Yeah, these two have been going at it backwards and forwards. The Smoke's playing. Yeah, they're going to have to play. So Sonics need to move. I believe After All also needs to do the same. And it then comes down towards this dip. How many teams are going to play for the dip? Sonics making the aggressive pass now. They are coming down. I think they want to get involved in the third-party action. They're going to pull up now. It's a question mark. Sonics and Beyond. Beyond's laying low in the middle, though. Smokes might just be enough to hide out, but that nade there should be in that one. So Sonic's clean. Now they can focus their attention now back towards question mark. MG in hand, but they know it's a hard fight to be had here. The MG, just want to see it laying down. I want to see it putting some people in. But with only 71 in your back pocket on double sevens, woo, not going to be a very easy game.
Talking about trying to push for, Friendly Fire's position. I know they have done a 2-2 split by the looks of that, but Friendly Fire will take us down to the final 4 teams. Meanwhile, here comes Bestalok with that. Oh no, he's going to swap back from the MG3.
No, he is.
Going to go for that precision shots with the SLR.
I'll try it so you can see it. They're trying to wrap wide. As the util is still coming in. That Molly will be good, but we'll push him back slightly. Sonic's now down to a 2 as we are in our best of 4. 7 kills though for Sonic. Question mark though on 7 as well. So pretty evenly matched.
I think now that Sonics have come down that hill, After All have got a lot more room to breathe now. I think After All and Sonics were really engaged in a firefight earlier on. which allowed Question Mark and was that Beyond? They were down the fighting
Yeah.
there originally. And I think Sonics would have got a lot more third-party fire into those two teams if it wasn't for After Old as well, like taking a lot of their attention. But now, After Old, obviously taking the north of the playable circle, looks like Friendly Fire is going to move up and around and engage them a wee bit as well. And now Sonics, moving to the south slightly, kind of giving After Olds that room to breathe, if you will. But they'll be
Fortunately,
forced to
the
come down
zone
now.
goes, and they're going to force everyone now, mate. Ho-ho.
For the Moes and the Guns of all things.
But yeah, it still hits hard,
Beautiful.
though, the Mosin. And we see the push. Friendly Fire obviously want to clear and get as much zone control as possible. So this one just at the moment, because Friendly Fire also getting some of the Sonic's kills on the other side. Nado comes out. They don't want this team to now to come back. The car will explode. That's going to cause some damage. Molly goes around the back. As that might just squish. But it
nice.
confirms. And Klim takes the crawl through the fire. Final player now for them. They have to try and hold out. And then if we jump to the other side, Tilkerton is also the final player, though. As we did see Friendly Fire get a kill steal from them. And they were getting involved in this fight here from Question Mark. Question Mark, they are 3, but they are slightly split. So they will be able to get this res back on. But to what avail? He don't knows. At least they've received a knock. Oh, Doozy's he's actually got up on the compound. They've been so focused now on the top. Where is he? There he is. He's actually got one. There goes the second, and a
beautiful.
Doozy is picking apart. Oh, I can't believe I missed that. Apologies, people. And Friendly Fire, who had so much control, now subject to a Doozy. They find themselves down for a 2. They were so focused on the field. They believe they checked everyone out over on the south side here. But Doozy came back, crawled his way around, gave the opening for the team. Now sees the players. He climbs his way up. It's a 3v3. But Friendly Fire were only as a 2. They are harpering as quickly as they can back to some kind of playable cover. Roth, he's going to come alive. He gets picked. He puts some good shots down and puts a Doozy back. And now we see the MG come to effect. Roth, the final player, though, for them. He is laying down the Orc spray with the 3 times. It's a 1v1 at the end. The Doozy's got the higher ground. And we see Roth now take in towards, I suppose, the only playable bit of cover he's got. And that's going to be the smokes that are ever depleting on him.
But that is, have you ever seen a team use so many smokes in one situation? But to good effect as well. Look at them finalizing these kills, getting those final points on the board just in case he can't come through in the clutch. It's now official, a 1v1 between Little Tube. Is it Chewbacca, bro?
It's Roth. He's just he's on his alt account.
Is it older?
Yeah, so he's gone on the inside, so I can tab these guys up. But yeah, they had to use the smokes, right? I think they dropped the ball. I generally feel like Friendly Fire dropped the ball. And this is kind of a clamber. 4 times on a DBS. You've got to take it all day long. I think the DBS is going to hit harder. But they had to spend all of their util now getting in towards the top section of the zone. Gets his way in, sees the shadow now. As a Doozies, he picks him up. And there you go,
beautiful.
Winner, chicken dinner. And that there is a clutch back. I think they dropped the ball, if I'm honest with you.
Oh, yeah, arguably. But then there was just a beautiful bit of flanking from a Doozy at the same time, though, wasn't it?
Oh, mate.
Like, they lost sight of him, but that was like pretty, like, even used that little bit of ridge and was like, hello, as he came over the top of it. It's easy, done.
It was a good Doozy rap. Yes, 100%. He did pick apart that team, and I would apologise. I'd misclicked. I didn't click on him, so that's my bad. And look, do you know what? As much as I say, I feel like Friendly Fire dropped the ball. They kind of like ticked off south, right? And they saw Question Mark wrap their way around. Then they kind of focused on that forward push, that forward stance that we saw, and they went aggressive. And you see that with teams that are trying to get kills in the late game where they've been pretty much centralized compound for some time. Do you know what? Good use of smoke so from off at the end, and massive kudos, huge clutch at the very, very end there for him. If you ask me,
Huge clutch, yeah. DBS 4 times, mate. What can you say about that?
Do you know what as well? What I think is, I think he saw his shadow as he came out that door. He saw the shadow of him, and that gave away his position. He knew he was on the roof, right? But I think that was enough to let him know that he was on his part of the roof. And then he had to play out from that. So obviously he came out, he then whipped his way around the Doozy, not looking on that side, and didn't quite pick up the sound cue that he went out onto the grass. But anyway, Good game. Anyway, let's have a very quick break. It was very quick, though, but that was our wrangle section. We now get to go over to the wonderful Tago, one of my favourite maps at the moment, especially from casting on a scrim point of view. And actually, I'm really looking forward to this. This is the main stage. Yes. So we'll take a very quick break. I've already put the clock on. So we've got 4 minutes on the clock. Lobby is pretty much there anyway, so it might be a bit shorter, but I'll see you guys in a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
Here we go. It's map number 3. I wasn't ready. I was waiting for the leaderboard to update for me, but it wasn't quite there, and it came in at the last second. We're trying to bring the leaderboard up, though, after this one. But not a bad flight path, though, King, because it goes straight across from our east-hand side, straight all the way through to the west. So not a problem there for the teams.
No, everyone will be getting their desired landing spots, I assume. We probably won't see any super early conflicts, if you will. From a casting point of view, that's not that great. But hey, for the players, though, it gives them time just to get the feel for what's going on, grab their desired loot. Going back to the that previous game, the old mate using a Mosin and a gun. If you were to pick a Mosin or a K9, do you care personally?
I said I'd always go K9, but I know my skill level, and I'm not a bolty guy. I can't hit those weldies. Yeah, I need the spam. I'm that spam and pray guy. I'm like, it's Chris is my hero. Making the M24 not acceptable now. He's a hero in my book, mate, because I can pick it up and go, look, if Chris can use it, so can I, people.
Yeah, I think it's always a big thing. Like, do you go bolt? Like, I know this is high level games. This isn't like average player games like what I'm used to. Oh, that first circle was aggressive.
That's horrible. There is the prime example. If you people think I was lying about the zone and the plane path now disconnecting, you can't get more disconnected than that one, because we have one player at the moment. Tickleton will be our second one in the zone, because everyone else has got a shift. 68 players have to work their way in towards zone.
Yeah, there's going to be pretty much every car on the map utilized probably by all these players now, because everybody needs to rotate north now into this zone.
Yeah.
Will we see a bit of a bridge camp around Yongchong later, perhaps, you reckon?
I think the bridges are going to be critical. I actually really like when they base. I do like this position, because he has the capability that if he wants to pitch up as a team, even as a 2-2 split, they can either camp out this one here, or more importantly, they can go and camp out the corner segment that we see a lot of teams now try and capitalize that. So either sitting here and then stopping the rotation, or a little bit further around in the distance, sit up on that hill there. I know you're not in zone
like
really
that.
there, but you're just about pick some teams coming through that, but you will be well known that you'll be sitting here. We do see these kind of 2-2 splits now holding both sides of this bridge off.
Cast your mind back a cast or two ago. Friendly, yes, Friendly Fires Bridge. Which bridge was that? Can you show us what? Do you remember?
I know exactly where it is. But let's just see if No Names and Fairy Tales get in. Ooh, dodge through. Actually going for him as well.
Oh my!
Oh,
Right side almost coming through with the clutch there. That was textbook seat swapping and jumping in and out of the car. That man's hotkeys were coming in clutch for that maneuver, wasn't it?
I love this though, but No Names here, and they have literally run now. I can hear the M24 in the background, but they are wiggle, jiggle themselves over towards his north-hand side, and that is a quick reaction to hearing a car, picking up an individual player, getting the knock, and then taking the opportunity after receiving a few shots though from our Fairy Tales to push away, and now they're going to try and camp them out on the other side. Yes, I know what bridge is. It is that one there in the distance.
Ah, yes. That was a beautiful play, them doing a 2-2 split on either side of it, and kind of playing under from just like
That's
playing,
it, yeah.
What did you say? A troll under the bridge.
Yeah, they're literally two sets of trolls, 2-2s, mate. They're on either side, and they was able to catch every other team that worked their way towards them. Beyond cresting over to the top, showing us how good that bridge is, and they're going to have to rotate themselves in towards zone as well. But they are on this side. They have the capabilities of holding these teams up. Twisted Minds, they're pushing their way through. Sonics obviously were first here. They took the parachute. They got the cars. They extended all the way out to the top. Strimsy holding that top side. Hype Beast, they went actually really quick on the cars, and they rotated to that west-hand side. We've seen that fail a few times with teams. We are seeing No Names who are taking now shots. SRM who were focusing their attention, hoping that Fairy Tale is going to come their way, but they didn't. Now we are going to see them take the same rotation that Fairy Tale did, and that will be up and over the jump bridge. The prime shots. As I think most of these teams, after receiving a few shots, will come this way now.
Yeah, definitely. Risk the jump coming over here. Oh, here we go. Oh, almost into the back of the UAZ. Almost dicked it for himself, but here comes his teammate as well in style, and the
I've seen people
taking
camp.
the
I've seen
lead.
people camp.
Oh,
Hey!
he crashed it. I jinxed him.
You gave him the commentator's curse. I've actually seen people camp this bridge out, and it's worked really, really well. It has worked really well.
On board here with just camping one of the hills we were talking about earlier, just above the bridge on that little cape, if you will. All doing some damage onto Twisted Mind. Oh, is that Win or Die? No, it's Win or Die, isn't it?
Yeah, win or die. Win or die. Win or twist minds
die.
already on the other side. But the problem is, they can twist it. Win or die. You got me to it now. Can stop and actually cause them damage because they've got a couple of trenches that they can hold them out. So then, after all, need to be really cautious. I actually like that they've positioned a player on the bridge. Baku is going to hold there. Such a strong player he is anyway. Great streamer as well. If you haven't already, give him a follow. His name is his Twitch account. But look at this. Win or die also have a player lurking in the midst. They haven't come over with a 4 strong. So we do see Quizzy. He's going to have to now try and get himself back over the bridge. But we are seeing, after all, do the right thing. They're actually going to position at least a player on the other side so they don't get controlled out themselves. Let's go to the other side, though. You've always seen Sonic's getting some shots. Looks like Friendly Fire going to descend back. But they are taking shots, though, at Hype Beast as well. A little bit of a round robin here in the northwest corner.
Yeah, quite a few teams have made the way to the very top coastline, if you will. A big drop coming down there as well. Yeah, High Peeps there, getting a wee bit of damage on towards them from Sonics there, just passing by. So I think they're going to consolidate. Yeah, they've gone up to the compounds to the top left of the map. Looks like Hal might be getting into a wee bit of an altercation to SRM there as well. And 100 ADR taking emergency pickup. Oh no, so was
Yeah.
Morado Avocado.
First time we've seen double as well.
Twister.
Oh, I actually love that as well. Morado Avocado. So good on Miramar as well. It just is fitting.
Yeah.
It is so fitting. But what is not fitting is the downside to the emergency pickup is you haven't got the information. And they go full sends now. So Halloween's going to be able to pick up 1, 2, 3 as the player rolls right in front of him and he catches him in the final couple of sprays there. The Barrel Army base. I actually really like this area. You can get pretty stacked out of it as well. So Morado Avocado, they've got no information. They're already down. They've got to try and farm something as quick as they can. There's a lot of trees, a lot of position that they can play from. But I think they need this 1, 2, 3 team to make a little bit of a commitment. What they don't know is the longer they leave it, the more the 1, 2, 3 can get quite close together. And then get some shots on themselves. Nice use of the tower as well.
Yeah, too right. It looks like the 1, 2, 3 final player will be coming over from up the road as well. Looks like they are going to consolidate. Oh, the carry mechanic getting used once again behind the wall for Morado Avocado. They'll get the Reds up. Let's look at eBay. Is he taking point against 1, 2, 3 now? It looks like he's going to push up the road on towards 1, 2, 3. Oh, 1, 2, 3 doing a troll maneuver of themselves under the bridge.
Yeah, I think obviously Jesu has picked up the one eBay throwing the nades at the top, and we do see Emming. So you go underneath, and then with the silence won't be held. A lot more players using this MK now. It's a very good gun. It's the mini with a grip. So very dangerous combo. It is a nade and has been swallowed by the river. And it is phase number 1. So this fight, despite 1, 2, 3 getting the initial blast, the initial action, they were unable to, I suppose, to keep the momentum on. And it's quite dangerous when a team gets settled like this. It could go either way, especially now we've got 100 ADR who look like they are either lagging their way into. Definitely feels like lagging. He's just maybe, I don't think he's actually there, if I'm honest with you. He has a 100%.
No, I think
he's further up.
I think he's going to.
Or is he there? He might actually be there. That'd be so unfortunate for him if he gets spotted now. And it'll be a complete freebie. Well, I love it. I will apologise. We've had problems ourselves with Pubg. So we'll apologise. He's back as well.
He's back. He's off.
If we get DC lagged out, whatever it might be, we will get back in as quick as we can. But we'll apologise. It just something's happened. It's like 100 ADR actually with the lag out actually going in their favour now. Now needs to hide the pitter patter of feet. The shots though coming from behind.
It looked like neither Morado Avocado or 1, 2, 3 really wanted to commit to that last fight. Like Shro up here looked like he was just staying back the whole time trying to hold an angle from up high. But I think he's a wee bit too high with the tree cover from up here to be able to shoot down into the actual military base itself. Oh, and who's this coming through? Is that Beyond coming through with emergency pickup?
Yeah, they've gone up and over the top. I don't think on the map has gone fully army base now. That's why we saw the play. I think 1-2-3 were playing the long game. They were waiting for the zone just to pop. Danger now for 100 ADR. They've not taken advantage of that lag out, and they now have other players for 1-2-3 coming this way, and they would all take the wall. I wonder if he has been picked. Looks like maybe Throw has seen him. That's kind of that stance we see from him, but
he seems like he's using that car as protection because he's aware someone's on that wall. Definitely, I think. Yeah, look at his other player. But is there going to be the other? Yes, the rest of 100 ADR are finally here. They're going to get some shots down on the hill. Oh, he's going to peek around the corner of the wall, and it's not quite.
Great
noise,
flash.
And he's been stunned as well. It was the flashbang.
Great flash.
Great
flash.
Was nice.
Horrible zone.
So
horrible zone this.
Yeah, Sonic's Hype Beast. It's Exalt as well. They've found Hype Beast as well up here into the very north of the.
Oh, he's been pulled up
you
on.
can see Doffy there taking.
He's been pulled up on. You can hear him.
Yeah. Oh, can he get it through the window? No, he's going to put it away, shoot through the door. Oh.
Good. Do you know what? Great understanding. Great to hear the click and then just make the push. Let's try and jump in with some of the action. The action will go very aggressive now. It is going to be team after team, especially with so much water that remains out. It's going to be dangerous now for these teams to play slightly in the zone. So is causing this as SRM now make the play. They've got one down themselves. How though have got two down. The util is being chucked over the top. How entrenched a little bit into the forest area. And again, what I worry with this zone, King, is these teams around the outside which are looking for area. We're going to be drawn towards all this action and look for the third party. That's nice to confirm as well. So expect more teams to come this way.
Oh, too right. Especially with the amount of teams that come here with emergency pickup. I think we're seeing 3 now at least. Coming into here, they'll have no situational awareness of other team. They'll hear the gunshots and they'll be like, might as well go third party somebody.
Yeah.
You know, because more information do you have apart from that? You know, you've pretty much only got the audio cues from a distance. Unless you can catch an angle of these smokes and stuff like that. So, because there's that Twisted Minds we can see to the north of the map. They might be coming to try and third-party SRM and Howl now. Oh, big spray into the smoke there. Not too sure where people are.
No,
They're peak though.
I was going to say they've got the knock, so I think it's just a miscue now of information. So I think they're trying to figure out exactly where they are. SRM, they're a very organised team. I'd expect this team to dial it in really quickly, but there we go. You called it. Twisted Minds came in from behind, and he's actually towards him. SRM don't see the knock. They turn around. That might relieve a little bit of pressure, but more teams are coming in. Neighbour, he gets the long distance.
Talking about third-party shots, Fairy Tale. That must have been, that was a long-distance shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was long distance. That was.
That's cheeky. How now eliminated? Twisted Minds now can come down on top. I think they might have FaZe just below them as well. SRM looking like they've backed away from this fight. And Twisted Minds looking like they want to take the fight with FaZe, knowing probably that they've got the knock there. Oh, this man, he's got a, is it an MG3?
Yeah, Lou's got an MG in his back pocket. A dangerous player anyway, let alone giving him an MG. I think they've seen the knock with FaZe. I think this is more of a push towards another named. And there's a lot of mind games, I believe, that goes behind the scene. I know the scrims are scrims and they are practice, but before a LAN event, when you come across other teams that are contending, I definitely see teams get a little bit more aggressive towards others, especially when it comes down to maybe drop zones. FaZe, I think, will be unable to get that res, and I think Twisted Minds, they don't want to take the opportunity to crest over, so they are going to push back. Lou making the right call, I believe, and that might be because of this zone.
Yeah, too right. That's one thing. It's easy to lose focus in the middle of a firefight. Is there any
Sharp
point?
shot
again,
mate.
Again.
Disgusting
That was
behaviour.
a K9 that time though, wasn't it?
Nah, it's a Mosin. You
With
can
the
see it from
man.
the little picture. I think it's a Mosin. Look at that
Was
little...
it
That was a K9, you're right. 100%
No,
K9.
it is a K9.
Jeez. Again, 2 out of 2. Click on him, he seems to be getting bolt action.
Yeah, definitely taking his name literally, that man. Sharp shooting every game. Consistency. Oh, and here comes the rest of Friendly Fire flanking around below. No names. No names trying to give as good as they get. They'll trade a bit of damage.
Gonna try and duck himself
Presenti.
in towards
He's in
the smoke.
blue.
It's phase 3. He can get away with it. You can see him now. He's not in the smoke here. I haven't got X-ray on, but yeah, laying on the outside of smoke does get picked, and our Friendly Fire team will now start working their way in. But again, third party. We have a lot of these, especially at the beginning when Tago came onto the esports. Loads came up to this sort of mountain, these Pride Rock areas, and I felt like a team where beyond the scene at the moment, they were the ones that really sort of won it when it came down to the late game, but they weren't really picking the kills because the trees provide so much cover, or I don't know, like a fake security. You feel safe in the trees, but the angles, again, level to level, are immense. And that's why we're seeing these kind of like wide west and east fights. The third party action coming around on the same level. It's not really coming from above. It's coming around on the same level. So a lot more sideways movement around these mountains, which I actually really like. It makes for good PUBG.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think the tree placement on this, like whoever designed this map did a pretty good job, in my opinion. Like, you can't necessarily just always take the high ground in this map and have an advantage because of the trees. You know, you have to, like you said, you have to come down and play the level. Otherwise, you know, everyone's out of vision. So I quite like that about this map. You know, then there are open areas. There are the ones that are, you know, much more condensed. Oh, but Tiggled in there, getting taken out by Murado Avocado as they come around the north coast of the map, trying to get away from the blue zone. Scrims is there. Is he going to be able to get any revenge? I don't think he can get up from where he is.
He's got a car. He's got a car. He'll be fine. He just needs to go back. He's ducked himself into a bit of cover now, but they need to think about zone. This is where we might see a team like Murado Avocado will kind of play chess with Sonics now. I think they will just bolt it towards zone. What they don't know is they've already got SRM sitting in that army base as well. There'll be a safety in trying to play into a bit of cover here, especially you've got no vehicle now, or you're running low on meds, etc. You're going to try and get to the compound and then try and work your way out. Kind of a little bit of a reset, should we say.
Well, in Friendly Fire, they're trying to play out inside this blue zone. I'm not sure if it's phase 4. Will he be able to out-heal that?
Yeah, if he's got the meds on the board, no but though, we lose the X-ray. He's going to peekaboo through, and as he pops out the other side, he's just surprised. But the only surprise he's got is a 14th place in the end. The zone forcing me to click everywhere. I'll apologise because we are having to go round robin. Machine Gunner, he's in chat, the coach. GG's, well done. Love that man. He's a very strong mind when it comes to PUBG. Yeah, welcome to chat, mate. Mama, welcome. Oh, number one. I can't even say number one admin because there's a few of you which actually do massively support. Obviously, it does mean a lot, mate. Honestly, you do support a lot, especially when it comes into the chat.
Who's he the coach for?
Gunner is for Sonics.
You think I'd know that?
It's right. Yeah, you know, I never say I know everything. I get so much wrong, mate. Do not worry. So, question mark.
It's hard.
Go on.
No, it's hard to consume a lot of information, especially when this is me personally, I focus more on the EU stuff. And like a lot of the NA stuff, like I see it on Reddit, I see the rosters, I see the games that play, like some of the stuff that you've cast, and I don't know a lot of the players or the play styles from NA because I don't tend to follow it as much unless it's on like the bigger, like the PNC and stuff like that. Like the other stuff kind of goes under my radar.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with that, mate.
Just
to
give an excuse.
I just slack myself around, trying to get to as many regions. I've even done a little bit of APAC, but I don't know enough about APAC really. It's mad, I can tell you that. And there were some crazy plays, but yeah, I don't really have the depth of knowledge. So when it comes down to my fantasy team, you always only ever see EU and NA players. I don't really, apart from some of the main players, I don't really know it as strongly as I would know these teams here. When does PGC 2 start? It starts on the 10th. So, a couple of weeks. Can't wait.
10th, 14th? Yeah, 10th.
It's the 10th of August. 10th of August. And I always get this wrong. I said the 8th for the partner skins. Actually, the 2nd. It is the 2nd. So, I can't wait. Partner skins come out in a couple of days.
Are you doing the fantasy?
100%. Would I tell you my team? Nope. I never do. Never. Never, mate. I was actually it's funny because thank you obviously for the guys that put me forward for the rotation on the PUBG channel. I was able to be the host for that. That's actually one of my first tier 1 events, I say. No, my second tier 1 event actually. But definitely, actually, my second tier one as a host as well. Both of them were hosts. Is he lagged out? No. Oh, worldy nade.
Oh.
But with when you do the events, they say you have to put your fantasy team up because they've got the whole stats. And I was like, I hate it. Please don't put mine up. I don't like it. And so you have to do it, Mark. You have to put your team up. You have to talk about it. There's a whole slide where you talk about it. I was like, don't do it because I'm super competitive as well. Like super competitive when it comes down to that stuff.
All right, mate. I won't tell you mine then either. But
Like, you can share yours, mate. I can tell you there's people I normally pick, like Fex, It's Chris. It's Chris is getting a bit expensive now.
Yeah.
It's getting a bit
I see,
expensive.
like, talking about Sonics and Tiggleton. I think he's the 4th highest at the moment
Yeah.
in the picked wise, like across, like in general. I think him. I can't remember the top 3 though. Anyway.
Look at the new Sonics gear. For those who haven't seen it, they were rocking it the other day. And then we got the Twisted Minds one, so I'll show you that in a second. Actually really like this. And let's see if Srimsy's running around with his on. He is. So we get to have a look if I try and guess the way that he's running. I actually really like this gear. So
We haven't seen anyone in the Street Fighter outfit yet, have we?
no, I can't wait. I've got to buy that after this. Let's go. Before the action
Chung-Li
kicks
or
off.
Ryu?
Typical.
yeah.
Really? Twisted Mind's got that gear, but they got the ghillie on. I actually like Twisted Mind's one as well. Actually, it looks really good in game. Yes, I do really like the Street Fighter stuff. I'm old school, mate. I love Street Fighter 2. That's my jam back in the day. But yeah. Anyway, let's go towards the final zone. It is the top 8. It has slowed down quite a bit, and the drops bless us right in the middle. Appreciate the sub. Thank you very much for continuing to support us 3 months in a streak. Thank you very much. A lot of teams, though, down numbers at the moment. So we are seeing, I suppose, the bleed. That is Tago. Come underway. And I think there isn't a team here which hasn't got a full 4 man apart from question mark. Oh, and Win or Die. There's only 2 that got a full 4.
I think that's quite a thing on this map is to lose at least one player early.
Oh, no.
And just like that. Confident in his abilities to go
he got slapped.
on that ridge.
He got slapped from somewhere else.
Slapped.
I think Twisted Minds. I think Perfect tabbed him, and he would have had the drop on him, but Twisted Minds done some damage. Talk about doing damage. Sonics, they're coming in now on the third party action, which we did see the play for 1-2-3 versus Murad Avocado. Those the Mime does drop the nade, does drop the smoke around on the inside. Twisted Minds though, he's had to force him forward, and Shrimsy saves the day. Instant calls, instant communication. Puts him down on the 1. Mime nice to be cautious though, as he knows he's got a player on the other side of the wall. And it's just going to let him know exactly where he is as nades do get exchanged. And that one will be a nice little arc, and let's do a bit of splash damage, but not enough to get the knock. The second one, though, does cause more damage.
And Twisted Mind's playing this rock to its absolute nth degree. He's on it, he's around it, he's behind it. Just trying to outplay, but Mime has fallen back. So Sonic's here consolidated back behind that wall. One of the Murado Avocado boys has pushed us, that we can see there on the wall in the smoke. But Sonic's here pulling back from that fight. Probably just thinking it wasn't that safe to go fighting from below.
Well, he was in between that player and that Murado Avocado. Shrimsy actually picked up eBay. The other player from Murado Avocado moved round. So, and that's a nice steal from Twisted Mind. Great steal there. Seeing the little toes and using his last bit of util to put another point on the board. He won't. I think he'll know he's in the top 8. I don't think he'll know exactly where he sits within that. And we're now seeing question mark play their way in. Shrimsy will soon be exposed. This is what I talk about the trees. You can't quite see him. There is a fake bit of security now. And Dante's going to get the side angle. And he does. Doozy picks up one. Dante finishes the other one. And there is, whoa, the front and back of the Sonics gear. Do you like it? G's Pubg.
And just like that, we're down to 5 team, 11 alive. Pretty mixed game here. But once again, look at this. Late game, question mark. A 4-man squad. I think we've seen this in every game this evening. They haven't been super aggressive, and they've come into like the medium to late game as a 4-man squad in all 3 of these games so far. Also, I think that's win or lose, isn't it? Win or die. Win or lose.
You're commentating them right off.
Jeepers creepers.
I'm going to give the boys a bit of love, mate. It's the best logo in the lobby, mate. It's only
It
because
must
I
have
made
been
it's only
true art.
it's only because I
you
made it
made- yeah, I was-
lastminute.com. They were like desperate for something. Said, Mark, you got Photoshop. I just slapped something together for them, and they've actually stuck with it. But they have been making love one, bless them. No hard feelings, but it does make me laugh every time I see it in lobby. It's like that was meant to be like a temporary fix, a temporary logo, because I didn't have one at the time. And one thing you'll notice, I won't if I haven't got logos, like I won't cast lobby. I just don't like it. Like I would either make all the logos or I just won't cast it. Like, I think there's such a difference when you get the logos on the players, not just in the small map, but also on the big map as well. Makes a big difference. Big nade. No, doesn't quite get it. Second nade goes through. The hill gives him a bit more cover. He goes full swing and win or die or win or lose. Hey, get the shots though from the side. Extends, picking up 182 kills from them. Question mark are going to go at them. And they're on now 4 kills, so it's a 4v4v1. I do feel for our one. I think it's a question of who does he fight first?
But Uru though, he'll trade a lot of damage to get that knock and that flush down to 12 HP himself. Did well though in that clutch. Has he got any meds? Oh, yes, he does. Oh, he's got a few there. His gear's pretty busted.
Is Quizzy lagged out? Oh, I thought he lagged out. He's not.
No, he's doing the crab dance, but no, he's gonna consolidate that victory. So now we're gonna go down to a 3v4 with that wee upset there from Beyond. So real quick, who's the anime girl in their logo?
It's just no, I don't know. It's just saying they found online. I said they wanted to use anime. I was like, okay, fine, which one? And they were like, this one. I was like, okay. So just put that together, cropped it out. It was in part of something else, so I had to buy the asset, and then just practice my Photoshop, basically.
Big push here over the hill from question mark.
Huge
Two of them will go
push.
down.
No. What was that?
That's how you go 4 strong. That's how you take a hill 4 strong, isn't it? You go together, hand in hand.
Hand in hand, they need to go. Winner, chicken dinner. Question mark though, do get a 17-point game, 7 wins, and obviously, yes, as you mentioned before, it is a team that you don't really see early stage, do we? We kind of, they can be there, but definitely that mid to late game. That's when question mark I feel like are coming alive. It's becoming apparent they're working on their rotations. Not that they need to work on them, but they're wanting to play that mid to late game, very much an Arthur style, ascended team. They won't really want to take early fights unless they have to. They're more about let's rotate our way in. The kills will come later. Yes, they get huge amounts of kills there, but it wasn't a bad game. And another chicken dinner, an extra 10 points on the board. You can't argue with that, right?
No, definitely not. And like, was it last Monday? They took home 4 of them, 4 chicken dinners in one night. You know, and there's something to be said. This is scrims. This is practice. You're not just practicing killing people. You're practicing your overall game. You know, there's the long con to think about. You know, and if we're going to go into like $1 million prize pool, for example, we don't just want to get kills. We want to win the thing. That's probably what they're thinking. So, you know, kudos to them. You know, it's working. It's working.
It's why one of the reasons why I really like PUBG. It's not just about those kills. It's that finding that fine balance of kills and placement. And obviously, as you're aware, from 8th upwards, we do get those placement points. We see them obviously work their way through until you get to the first, where you do get a +4, and it's a nice little 10 points on the board. So get that balance right. It looks like question mark though has found that happy medium, as I will find the happy medium during the break, as I will go refill my drink. We'll see you guys though for round number 4, and it's another takeover. See you guys in a second.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Yeah. Oh yeah, the beast back. Adrenaline pumping through my veins, can't relax. Original, I am not the same as these cats. I sting them if they never ever mind and they beeswax. I don't ever cap, but I'm wearing like 3 hats. Never been a rat, but I know where the cheese at. You'll never get a trophy cause they all here where we at. You better believe that. When it's all said and done, I'll still be here standing. Never took a loss and it ain't something that I'm planning. I dare you to say something. My focus is A1. Every dog has his day, it's been mine since day one. This is real grinding, I'm still climbing. While you still trying, I'm still shining. It's real blinding. And I'm getting hotter too. Talking top 2, I'm not a 2. You let the pressure bother you when I do what I gotta do. Let's go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard.
They ain't coming close to me. Flow is on atomic, I'm starting fires through poetry. The hardest out, staying loyal, no falling out. And if you step into the court, be ready, we ballin' out. Yeah, the coldest of teens, they know what we bring, don't try us. Ain't no in between, we go for these dreams in silence. Hard work, don't mistake it for magic. We been shooting in the gym, this is target and practice. Yeah. And I'm just getting started, getting feet wet. It's all in repetition, ain't a secret. All facts, all black dress code. Pay me my respect, collecting every debt.
Oh, the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game.
Here we go. It's map number 4. It's our second Tego, and it's a better flight path though, as it comes from the southwest all the way up towards the northeast. But we saw it last time. The zone doesn't have to do anything with a flight path. Thank you, Pubg, for proving me and showing all the good viewers that you love messing with things on the update. Yeah.
Yeah, too right. And it's almost like they're listening and want to do things differently than what we say, isn't it? They're like, oh, he said this. No, that's not going to happen this time. That'll be too fun.
Love it.
So if you are going to call it, where's this next? Where's our first zone going to pop then?
Look,
if you had to guess,
I would actually like it going to either that east or southeast, just because I haven't had as much of a data set down there. I've had a couple of studio endings, and very much on that sort of west hand side of it, so between there and the sort of town. Like those endings, really good, great tactical. We see teams position themselves on that red line, but my logic is at the moment it seems to always go through the water. We see the river come into play, and then from the river it kind of plays back to that river. So are we yet again going to see an island, a top side? We've got 10 seconds. What about yourself? Where do you want this zone to go?
I would like the same. I would like to go down to like studio into the corner, or way up.
Whoa!
West. I look at that. All the places that we didn't mention. Told you. I bloody told you.
I love it. I love it. But there's two things, right? We get this zone quite a lot. Number one. So before I go looking on players, because I'm just keeping an eye on a few teams that are close. Gibson dubbed this. Me and Gibson had a little bet, and he won on stream. So he calls this now the recliner, right? The bottom section of it is the bottom bit. There's the top bit. It's called the
I can see
recliner.
it.
I can see it. I don't admit that to him. He's not on stream. I don't want to admit to him. He might be lurking somewhere. But he won the bet, so we call that recliner, right? Then we got the swamp. Now the recliner as a data set, the recliner fishing camp in between there and Hosam. We've had so many endings there, right? So many endings. So I think teams will look at this and go, they might stay very much on the top side. Let's also add the fact that we've got so much water in the south. West section of the zone. So we're going to see a lot of teams now play up to the top. The team I'm really interested in watching for this one is Question Mark. This is their drop zone. They love the swamp. We saw them early days when it came down to Tago. They played the swamp. We saw recently in the stream they play the hill in that northwest side of the zone overlooking the swamp. So will Question Mark extend quick over towards that side? Well, they want to take the high ground now and control it. We've seen them control that, but it'd be a different type of game here, King, because whereas we saw them work their way in on zone, play the outside edge to a degree, and then get the kills. This will force them into a prime real estate early, which means they might be fighting early. Now, if they come out on top, big kill game might be going Question Mark's way.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. It's going to kind of force them into not play the style that we've talked about for the first 3 games. And I think Hal might be proving your point right now. They've done a 2-2 split here, Question Mark. You know, arguably the good move at the moment, because they've got zone at the moment. They've got the choice of compounds, what have you. But it looks like, were they the ones just firing some warning shots at Hal perhaps here, just to bait them away?
Yeah.
So they don't have to fight. See, that's another thing. Shoot early, get them scared, so they can possibly, if that's what they're doing, play the long game rather than getting into a fight early. But I was about to say the same thing. It's going to be interesting to see how they play this. If they try to avoid fights, or if they're just going to be like, no, this is our compound. We will hold this for love nor money.
The danger is, though, if you make a lot of noise and it's only coming from one gun, you've seen cars will turn in on you. So Page, unfortunately, he's the only one now defending out, though. He does get some shots and he puts down the player pushing in from that north side. Global, I mean, though, is down, but the nades are coming. 3-man push now from SRM. Friendly fire. Looks like they're getting in the cars now. He's down to the one shot, but he goes down from the nades. Be interesting to see if Friendly fire commit to a push or they get out and hold their compound. Looks like the call is to go back. As they're going to give up that one. They'll be fighting this one out from Recliner. A strong area and an area which we know does have the zones come back.
Also interesting to see what teams take zone early. 100 ADRs we can see here taking like the Hosan prison phase, also moving in, which I feel like they're also a team that play kind of like Question Mark. They don't seem to want to take, when they do attack, they are aggressive, but they don't seem to be aggressive for the sake of being aggressive early.
Or SRM.
Whereas I feel like...
Sorry, who was that?
No,
sorry?
Phase.
Yeah.
And they're here early. Mm-hmm. I feel like them and Question Mark will normally rotate later. But like SRM, how some of these other teams, they will just take early fights willy-nilly. Like, they're not afraid. Fairy Tale, I think, is another one I would class as reasonably aggressive as well.
Especially Miramar. They seem to favour Miramar. I don't know why, but they seem to be their natural stance is that Miramar. Now, yeah, I think you're right. The phase for me is going through this. They're kind of working through the cogs. They're working their way down. A little bit different though. They're more for me. What I see personally, I see them split out a little bit more. They will extend down the road. They'll try and farm as much information. And actually, they seem to use information really quickly, really effectively. So I wouldn't be surprised here if we see sort of Fex and Gustav and the guys. Obviously, you can see him pushing now. Is he getting Gustav's getting in his car? Maybe pushing on to have a little look. There is a little hill in front in the corner that they can play on. So I would expect FaZe maybe to come, even have a little peekaboo over this one. Wouldn't see him maybe crash it, especially not this early on. But they might be in a position that they might want to take a little bit later on. A lot of teams now coming in, and we still got a lot of zones still in water.
Yeah, and a lot of teams still need to come down here. As we can see, is there After Old taking that emergency pickup?
They're going to go to prison.
How about this?
100% prison.
How about this for an idea for you?
Go on.
Like, I'm gonna put this out there to the universe.
Don't do that.
Oh no, they've gone away from prison. So imagine once you pop your chute, that you could then use your pistol or your sidearm from the parachute.
Mate, you need to get off Call of Duty, mate.
But this is, I imagine that's something that PUBG might try.
Yeah.
Because look at driving. They allowed you to heal.
And pistol as well. Back in the day, you can do that. Yeah.
Yeah, and same from the glider. I don't think originally you could seat swap and shoot from the glider as a solo. I could be wrong about that.
I think you're wrong on the solo. I think you could do that on the glider. I think that's always been a thing. But don't forget, I think the glider came after them when all the cars and the shooting the pistols and that was an update, a couple of updates way before then. And that came out when Sandhawk came out, if I remember right. I could be wrong on the Sandhawk thing, but I definitely know the shooting.
Why is that late?
Gliders came after them, yeah. They're newer than I believe that. So I could be wrong. Chat will know. Chat know best. Chat know best. I trust in my chat. I trust in my chat. You guys would know. You're correct. Trust in mine. So making a push. No names. You are sitting on the top side, and this is the hill which I was talking about. If question mark we're going to extend, this would be to here. First off, we see them make wins from here. Such a crucial high ground, such a great bit of information. The only bit of this map I don't like is the swamp, just because I believe it's unfinished. I think I said to you on the other cast the other day, is actually the one that I would rather see. Our FaZe did push that when it got caught. I'd actually rather see the Destin swamp here, like how they made that Destin swamp with the trees coming out of the water and all the crates and containers and the little hills and dips and crevices. I'd rather them maybe change this to that.
Okay, yeah. Oh, 180 but Pubg there getting shut down here by Sonics. Have Sonics landed on the roof?
They have, yeah. They're going to get the res on. There's that one confirmed is going to go down. Now working their way down. Obviously, with the ability to pop those parachutes, that obviously will allow them to come off the roof. And that's actually one of the things that if I was to add to the drop, I know you've asked me about this before, feedback, I would actually have those secondary shoots as pick-up items, right? I think, yeah, I don't know what, I don't mind the emergency pick-up. Don't mind any of that. Good shots, though, coming from them. They are forcing 180 yard down for a 2, but on the outside edge, it won't be soon before we see other teams maybe looking. This is a minute before the zone does pop, and comes an additional more shots, though. And there's 1 and 2, but I don't know if he can get both of the flushes, though. I was going to go down. Tickerton is going to drop, as he's got to figure out where he's going to drop. And wait for Mime to get the pick-up. So, yeah, I'd rather the guys and girls have to pick up the shoot, so they're not able to just go get on the top spot and then just jump down.
Agreed.
Like, if Sonic wanted to play this, I'd like them to go pick up the emergency shoot and also pick up another parachute, so to speak, as a pickable item.
Yeah, so I also reckon then in that case you should carry more loot. So it has a negative effect on your carry. Same with the jammer pack. I think the jammer pack should hold less loot because it gives you the ability to tank the blue.
Yeah.
Like, no, because it's too good. It's just why there's no.
Oh, one
around the corner, 180 yard. Mime though, ready for him.
He knows that flash is going to bounce off. Easy, Sonic making it butter smooth, mate. He knew that flash was going to bounce off there, and he stood the chance. He made the push. Mate, they lost 2 though on that one, and the zone pulls back. It is descending its way back down. And now beyond taking that area, which we saw How, who they did play their way back towards their compound. FaZe now down to a 2, so apologies if you missed that one. How they did push out to that area, and How did go for the run over. We are seeing it's not lagging. It's just unfortunately a spectator's blip, where the cars are there jumping around. It's been quite annoying. It's been in the updates for quite some time. We don't get it on the private servers, the esports servers, but we get it very much on the live server.
Private servers.
Well, they're esports servers. That's a better way of saying it.
Yeah.
The invite-only ones. I don't know who invited me. They shouldn't have done that.
Yeah. Did you ever get a chance to actually play a game or two on the
No.
any of the LAN servers? Have you ever actually?
No. Fun fact: I've actually never been to a LAN ever. Fun fact: my goal is next year to get to one. I got a lot on. And to be fair, if I had to pick one event next year, I think Nations Cup would be the one. If I could get to it, that'd be the one I'd want to go to. Just watch as a fan. I think it'd be fun.
Ooh, that would be.
Oh, he's waiting for them to hit the outsides.
Or Murado and Avocado. Going to the war here in the compound. Murado Avocado spread out. After all,
oh, he jumps and he gets this shot on him over the wall. Disgusting. disgusting behaviour. It's going to go for the flush. He's going to try and go for the flush. The pressure they're coming in from after all, though, is insane. Clean put some shots down. eBay having to run around the other side. Look where they want to go. They don't want to allow the players to go down. Ron Avocado have got one on the other side. There goes their first point on the board. I think eBay is just waiting. But it looks like Sonic's... They are going to play the exchange. And nade, it goes off the boundary. He gets him as well. Jeez, what a nade. Sorry.
Did his own nade bounce off the pole and then come back on his side of the
No.
ball?
His nade hit the pole and got the player on the other side. Jeez.
So much action, I couldn't keep up.
Neither can I, mate. Klim, final player for them. Here's a U2 banner, and here goes the jammer pack, effectively working in the dome of the blue. Yes, we are not out of the zone phase at the moment, but Klim using the jammer to the best of his ability. And with all this smoke, I don't think they're going to know exactly where they are. More importantly, I feel like Sonics are causing some huge issues, and they are getting cleared up as well. Hype Beast, Kamikaze in their way through, and Sonics, 14th place for them. Team that can do really well on Tago. Also a team that may sometimes suffer with a Tago. But don't forget, it is a scrim. Please keep all the love to all the teams and players. We don't like any bad talking when it comes down to those teams.
No, definitely not. It's because we also it's easy to critique these teams and we should have seen more from such and such. They should have done this. But this is a scrim. This isn't the actual tournament. So perhaps they are actually playing differently on purpose to try things out against, especially against a different kettle of players, because these NA guys are going up against obviously a whole lot of EU players.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's like, it's easy to critique, isn't it?
100%.
Unfairly sometimes.
Mama, I'm going to tell you this one more time. If someone's talking bad about a team or talking bad to one of you guys, give them a warning. If not, ban them. Slam that mama bam hammer down, mate. Bit like that nade. Good nade, though. Comes down. We'll have to try and back away slightly. How team, though, on the other side, that phase, though, they have to try and work their way. It's a lot of action. It's going to be a lot of drive-by. This is what I mean. This area for me is just a bit too open. Like, if we had the swamp trees, it'd be a bit different. This leapfrog in the front, they will be clean. There's no one else really is over there. Everyone is on this top side. Friendly Fire cleared out. Exalt. Are they going for a full send on Friendly Fire already down here?
I was just about to say, I think they are, but there they go. They've lost one of their players there against Friendly Fire, so the full send might come to a halt here. They're just on the outside. This isn't Palace, is it? No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Compound.
Just on the outside.
Palace is way up in the north.
Yeah, we're down by school. Very far,
Jeepers
very far.
Creepers.
Yeah.
Situational awareness for this guy. Crikey. But doesn't look like Exalt's going to... They've all pushed up close to Friendly Fire down there to the...
I think they're going to wait for this. I'm just keen just to not drop on this one. There's so much action's happening. We've got 13 teams. We still have a lot of teams up, mate. It's just... They're really spread. And I think the zone's pushing. Question mark now find themselves now on the outside edge zone. Let's see where they go. And then I think they'll be happy now to try and drive down. It's going to be at their game style, their play. And that's what I think Question Mark have got really well at the moment. People end up playing their stance of game.
Yeah, too right. And I think that's the smart way to try and manipulate the game as well. Like, you've got to ask yourself, what's advantageous for you? Like, how can you, Friendly Fire, we've seen the old mate one hit in bolty rounds most of this evening. So maybe you want to play a longer range game. Yeah.
It's the pace that you're comfortable in playing in, right? So, and for weird sport I play paintball. For those that have ever seen it been played on it's a weird old sport. It's something our coach always talks about us is because it's not like you run around the woods. It's like a hyperball field. It looks like an American football field. It's all blow up objects, really quick. It's very much an American sport actually. And our coach always says to us, like, play your game plan. Don't allow them. Don't fall into their game stance. And I think that's very translatable across the PUBG. When we look at these high level of players and teams. If you get sucked into playing someone else's game plan, they force you to make a push into an area you want to. You're being a subject to it. Now, FaZe, obviously, at this moment in time, is obviously trying to dodge, duck, and dive and trying to get out. And at the moment, How have been controlling FaZe out of the compound. They took the 2 early doors, and now, unfortunately, the zone going further away. No lid on the hand. They've got 1 kill on the board, but we've still got 12 people up, so it's going to be quite hard for him now to roll. But it looks like Question Mark are receiving a bit of damage from Twisted Minds. I'd be keen just to keep an eye on that, maybe on the mini-map to see if they push. But we've got them and Win or Die pretty close to each other at the moment.
Be interesting to see if How try and gatekeep the last FaZe player from leaving that compound.
I think they're going to gatekeep him from here, I think.
Yeah. Oh, look, Buggy, yeah, he's definitely like looking back towards the compound. Yeah, look at this. They're definitely gatekeeping. Has he caught an angle of him? Yeah. There goes the shots out. Poor Milk Drinker here from FaZe Clan. He's going to be like, man, how do I get myself out of the situation? He's got 5 smoke grenades in his back pocket, though. He could possibly build a smoke wall and try and...
The anchor play, though, the anchor player for How is the one that's he just can't lose. He's trying to lose the players, right? It's so creative what he's trying to do. He's trying to lose, maybe try and get a knock and then have the ability to move. But with the anchor player being so critical for How, he's just picking up every time he moves backwards and forwards. So he's like, hey, I can't do anything else. There goes another smoke. I'm most probably going to grab another med. And again, the anchor player will be watching. He'll see him make the move. And maybe just lucky enough for him, he's not looking his way now. And I think he picks him up. So, yeah. Now sees that crucial player and tries to take some shots through the wall. Does some connecting damage, but doesn't get the knock. That's needed for How. Still in control of this fight, and FaZe very, very hard now for him to try and play in.
He's got 3 first aids in his back pocket as well, so he can tank the FaZe full blue for a wee bit. And look at this. It's going to be third party fire on towards How as well. That's going to take a wee bit of the pressure off Milk Drinker there from FaZe Clan. He won't know that's probably happening, though.
Oh, what a hit. That might allow him to move now. He needs to get shifting quite quickly. Looks like the player, though, is coming up. Oh, he's been tagged. He could hear the car, just couldn't quite see it. He knew the rest of them were trying to hold him out, and they're even trying to climb up. But How disciplined enough to try and hold that one? Yes, they were subject to a bit of third-party action. But talk about fair play action now. This is what FaZe needed 2 minutes ago, and that was a push from Exalt. There's a quick knock, though. They're taking fair party, though, from our Fairy Tales. A little bit further back as they do peek up and over. SLR comes out as the nades are cooked. Utility instantly throwing. It will land roughly in the right area, but I can't imagine too much splash damage. It does get 32, and it looks like a straight-up barrage of nades coming back his way.
I can't... Yeah, How they're spending all that time camping for that that 1 deny on FaZe Clan. It's just kind of worked out so terribly for them. Molodok down to 5 HP. No one can see him. He's inside the smokes. We've got the
X-ray on and off.
Vision, so, yeah, we've got the X-ray vision, so we can see.
I'm going to see when he peeks out.
No, yes, he did.
Good shots overall.
How? I thought there was actually a lot for How. Then I thought the result was going to actually really turn that into their favour, but well done to How for making that their own.
Very disciplined. They are holding. Very tell we were on the third party action. They now go back to the compound. I think they're going to reset a score before making the play. SRM made a big extension over towards that south side of the zone, and the zone made an extension back the other way. Unfortunate though. And I'm Morado Avocado. Still alive, still living the dream, and still sharing the compound. Obviously, we saw Sonics go, and I was kind of expecting to see him go out on the kill feed, but after all, have been unable to push. And for me, they are still holding and holding firm. They are still within zone. Question mark. They were being pushed here by our Twisted Minds team. They know the open terrain very, very well, and they now play for more of an east rotation. A bit of a shoot, wrap, and bump at the moment, as they are getting the shots. Win or Die do pick up one. They do roll straight in. And be interested to see how is they are going to come cresting over the top. Now to the secondary car. Now Doozy tries to come over. Dante sits behind firm. He's going to be subject to the How barrage that we've already seen teams fall down. And he goes down off an explosive ending. It looks like it's just fair party, fair point. Everyone is fighting for this east-hand side of zone at the moment.
This is a lot of action for one little part of the map. How just proving to be extremely strong here. This is That was an upset that they probably really wanted to be able to take out Question Mark like that. Arguably not all the Question Mark, but they really put a dent in Question Mark's armor. And here comes another push from Hal again. They are unstoppable here in game number 4. Beyond now on the receiving edge of the Hal barrage. Look at this. They're trading a knock for a team elimination. But SRM now probably possibly going to put an end to Hal's onslaught. They're down to just Zugger. Oh, he's crawling. He's doing his best, Baron Pete, spamming the ammunition. His teammates pushing in, and that is all over. Hal looking so strong there for about 2 solid minutes.
Oh my days. I heard that and I was like, who's got that? And boom! She puts on a little headshot though with the AWM. That gets to confirm MK in one hand, AWM on the other. And if I'm not mistaken, there's got more than one MK on that team. Yeah, 2 MKs and 1 AWM. Oh my, SRM fans, get that emoji in chat because this might be their game.
Jeez. This is the beauty of a PUBG. You think, Question Mark's consistency, they're going to take out game 4. Oh no, Hal's going to take out game 4. That's being super aggressive. SRM comes through and changes the recipe once again. No, we've got all the 3 gear and all the AVMs. All right.
They were just left alone, I think, from the bottom, weren't they? So they were like, I'm good.
Yeah.
They just farmed everything. Because they made that massive attempt to go from that north side through everyone towards that south corner. And they just got blessed by PUBG drops. And hopefully here, Crazy Loot pops up. There's some shots like the Buggy providing a little bit of cover. Going to take the opportunity now to get the flashes. Twisted Minds, though, call for some reinforcements. But he spins around and Lou has to say bye as the rest of our Twisted Minds team further back. Final player then for them, Battalions, 10 kills on the board. Has he got the time to get the res on? They were chasing Question Mark, but now after providing a bit of pressure towards SRM, looks like they're answering the call quite quickly.
Oh, and SRM here, like Baron Pete once again, just getting that final flush. Twisted Minds, that was almost a complete failure, but they've managed just to hold on here now, which is good to see. But SRM, they are really calling game number 4. Theirs, are they not, Mark?
He's strong. He's only top 4 now. Twisted Minds are down numbers. They are down for a 2. Looks like after all, though, he's having a drive through this barren swamp area. Let's try and figure out exactly where. Now we'll get an off angle now. So Klim does pick up some of the players from Twisted Minds. Friendly fire. And they've been lurking, waiting, watching. 1 kill. Got a K9 in his back pockets, you know. It's going to be good sharp shot. He's going to take his time to come in the zone. And maybe, like we saw in the other game where Friendly Fire dropped the ball looking south, maybe it'll be in their favour now as they're the ones lurking in behind. 4v3v1. SRM might be looking at this thinking it is a complete 4-man strong. After all, we'll at least know there might be a solo somewhere. So hopefully they will watch back and just try and pick up.
Yeah, it'll be hard for them. This comes to kill feed awareness, and I think it's one of the hardest things to do in PUBG without your coach or someone else actually doing it for you to understand who's left. Because you'll be looking at, right, 8 players alive. All right, you know, it's such a gamble to think, is it a 4v4? Do we just take opposite ends of the zone? Or is there a snake in the grass somewhere? You know, like, do we actually have to watch out for a potential man lurking in the shadows?
Yeah. SRM, though they are running out of the blue to go get the car. The car, obviously, for them is all about cover, providing cover. It's such a flat area, as I mentioned before, and I harp on all the time. This is, for me, is the one bit of this map I don't like. I just feel like if you just close your eyes, everyone, imagine the Destin train here. It would be a little better. A couple of hills. There would have been a couple of like those containers lurking out. Sharp shot be dodge, ducking and diving in the mix of things, putting headshots on as he's laying low, but he is in quite a luminous gear. I wouldn't say it's the most camouflaged. A bit more of an...
It doesn't match the bush he's
But,
hiding.
oh no! It's the Street Fighter gear. What?
It's a Street Fighter. We got one,
mate. Sharp shot. You're a winner in my book, bro.
I've been so taken back by his amazing one-shots that I didn't even notice what he was wearing. Forgive me, Sharp Shot.
You
Eyes
legend.
up here, buddy.
Legend, mate. You utter legend. Klim, though, on the defense as they saw the car push away. SRM isolating the individual, though. And we are seeing a little bit more of a backup play, though. And they are taking on the angles. Looks like our sharp shot, though. He's going to go down. Not seeing him in the kill feeds. These Hadouken is out. And then SRM, they're clearing up. Final play now. We're going to stay with the single players. We always want to stay with the final player at the very end. And he's getting caught on the off angles here. As much as I want to see an MK finish, it's going to come, though, as we get a bullet for the face. And SRM, they're going to take a very, very, very aggressive game. But 13 kills, 23 points on the board for them. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. SRM packing in our match number 4. Oof. Good game.
Well done to SRM.
Good game. Good game. I'm very quick, speedy as I bring back the camera. Super quick. My bad. Good game. Let's chat. Tago. As I said before, mate, that's not my favourite area. I'll be honest. It's just a bit too flat, too barren. I feel like the rest of the map is great, and I do feel like when it first came out, it felt like a finished PUBG map. Not something they've thrown out and then the developers kind of take our feedback and then build it out. I actually feel like it's a really good stance. Actually, I feel like Destin's a good stance. I love Vikendi 2.0 though. Perfect. Good game. SRM aggressive. Question mark. A lot more aggressive when they got the outside edge of zone, but different game plan from them. And Twisted Mind, they were clearly chasing down question mark at the end there, King.
Yeah, I think that just came down to unfortunate circumstances. They could have really turned that into theirs. But yeah, SRM though really finding their rhythm, I think, is the best way to explain that. Like they were on point. That was fire. How as well, I think for 5 whole seconds were.
I'll give him more than that. Give him 10 at least. The whole zone. They were on fire. They were running around trying to kill. Do you know what? I think what the takeaway for me for How is that they were confident enough to play outside of their little bowl that they sat in, and they knew when they needed to push. We saw that. We didn't catch it on the stream, but we saw the kill feed. That FaZe had that 2-2 split. How pushed them. They isolated the 2. They stacked it as a 4. They went back to their compound. Later on, when we got back to them, we saw them controlling the unfortunately the final player there from FaZe trying to come out. Could be anyone, but they were controlling the town out. So very organized, strategic plays, holding the outside edge, and again playing their PUBG gameplay. Actually, I've got to give them a bit more benefit for that one. At least 10 seconds, mate.
Yeah, 10 seconds of glory. I think it's easy to say this from our situation. I think they gatekeep that last FaZe player for too long. I think they should have left earlier. Then they probably would have crashed into SRM, and because if they moved earlier, they would have got the pool or Twisted Minds. But it's easy to speculate. But I think one of the best moments of that match, though, is when we started spectating SRM and they had all the 3 gear. They had 2 AVMs and they had a MK14. And you're just like, WTF, mate. What have you been up to? I was like, oh, yeah, here we go.
That came because they made that massive, massive roll of the dice. They went through everyone from the north to the south side of zone. And then, lucky enough for them, well, I say lucky enough for them, zone shifted away from them. And they had to then do a 180 and start coming back. And as they started coming back, we saw that line of drops come. Now, I think the question is for chat, are there too many drops in this map? Is Tago providing all of these players too much gear? Because one team from one line of drops, let's say maybe even 2, they were stacked. And no matter who you are, you've got numbers, you've got a great bowl. And I don't take anything away from their win, right? Please don't, I want to take anything away from their win. But when they've got an AWM and an MK and they got free gear, they were just chasing players around. And they had the confidence at that point that they could push solo players and just eradicate them because of the gear they've got. So I think, the question really for chat, and we'll leave it on the question for chat, is Tago providing too much gear? Should there only be 1 drop? Or do you guys like the multiple drops? Do you like that a team can be a game changer and fight for the drop and get completely stacked? Anyway, let's have a quick break though. Lobby is pretty much done and dusted. We'll be getting ready back in. And it is our final 2 maps, which will be Miramar. But we'll see you guys in a couple of minutes.
Don't know what it is that made us so indifferent.
Here we go. Unfortunately, it's our last segment, which is the Miramar. 2 more games, though, for our best of 6 on the EU Pubg Scrims. Yes, people. I know there are NA invaders here taking over our Scrims, but we welcome them with open arms because it is all about the practice for the PGS2. Big bucks, though, as our meals are up for the prize, and these players will be in a opportunity to go get their hand on the lion's share of that prize pool. And plus, those PGC points, as some people, well, after a good result here, or I suppose here, I say it's not here. I wish it was here for PGS. They will be securing their ticket towards the global championship, but not before we get the PNC. I actually love this time of year, King, because we get to see all of who's representing their countries for PUBGs. I like this mix up. PUBG Nation Cup's my favourite event.
Have they released the UK roster yet?
Yeah, that's out. So that was a bit controversial. And well done. Honey Badger did get the spot, and we unfortunately, Michael. Everyone loves Michael. Hashtag we love Michael. He didn't make it because it's all based upon performance. Honey Badger got the performance. Obviously, those guys qualified in. So and BBL didn't. So the rest of the roster is the same, apart from Michael. So I actually thought because they were defending champions, I actually thought the roster would be exactly the same. I actually didn't think they had, they didn't have the ability to basically pick or go down to it. But it is what it is. And Honey Badger's been grinding, working really hard. Beryl, Tiger, something showdown. I get it all wrong all the time. Dragon, Tiger, Beryl showdown. That's it. They're playing really well. So he takes that 4th spot for UK. But yeah, it'd be good. Unfortunately, he's got a bit of stick online, but please show him some love. All those that'll be back in the UK. Yeah, I am looking forward to it, mate. It's one of my favourite events.
Yeah, too right. I'm surprised. I did not know that. I haven't.
Well, BBL didn't qualify, did they? So that's basically what resulted. That's what resulted in it. But it's unfortunately, as a VW camper fan, we love them. But we'll now come.
When you're defending your title,
Yeah,
you know, like you're the previous champion,
reigning champion.
reigning champion. Fucking thank you. You think that I just assumed that would be how it worked as well.
Yeah, same.
Like it'd be like an auto invite, you know, like you at least pass qualifying.
Yeah, or unless for some reason you're not playing anymore or whatever, then they would go look elsewhere. But yeah, no, I was exactly the same. And to the point, I didn't even look. I didn't even pick up. I didn't even look. So completely my bad. I think the team were good. As I said, Fex for me is very strong. For UK, he always holds that anchor position. We see him perform really well. He provides so much more information. Honey Badger's hyper aggressive though as well. So I'll be interested to see what they do with that and how they control him, but also use control lightly because there'll be times where it's like, when do you unleash him, right? Like go, like kill, and then just let him go, basically. Super strong player.
He's a good player, though.
Yeah,
he is a good player. Like, it's not that he's not as good as Michael. I'm just surprised.
Yeah, yes.
But like, I didn't think that. Not in it. I have to just go for Australia by default.
Yeah, do you? Right? That lobby came out the other day. China came out the other day. I've tried to get as many up as I can on Twitter. So at Esports EU. Also get yourself on the PUBG Esports one. That one there, obviously you get a lot of the information straight off the bat. Let's talk zone quickly. Zone, populate zone. We do a little bit at the top though, by those A, B, C, D, E. The grid markings, they are now out. And actually, has everyone seen the new Miramar? Like, if not, I will go post it because I got sent all the assets today. I've got the new map and stuff. Obviously, sandstorms and the I'm not quite sure how I feel about the new Miramar. I don't know. It's not been changed for a long time. And Oasis came, it was kind of like a little change, but this is a big change for Miramar.
I think I have the worst frames per second drops before, like on the original Miramar.
Mm-hmm.
Then they made all the assets like real washed out.
Yeah.
So it'll be nice to have it look pretty and still hold the frames. Because I think a lot of the performance stuff they've done on PUBG lately, like the game is, I play on a 2K, so 1440p screen, and I hold a constant, because my screen's only 144 hertz. And I think I get that nearly consistently now on all maps. And I think the biggest drops I get, apart from having smoke grenades, thank you, PUBG, is Miramar still. Like Tago, Destin, the Nouvelle Kendi, super smooth. So, obviously a lot of it's going to go to normals and not into esports.
Yeah.
Probably not the gondolas, definitely not the sandstorms, I imagine.
Oh, because you can imagine them. Like No Name is just having a McLaren race at the moment. It's 1, 2, 3. It is 3. One person in the team didn't get it. The orange McLaren.
Memo.
Yeah. Miramar's our McLaren day. We're going to go for our tactical orange to camouflage ourselves in, and we're rolling around the Murado. See you later. There's another team for you. It's called Murado Avocado, and they're descending themselves in at the moment.
But it'll be interesting to see the new map. We'll see. You know.
Yeah, 100. I like change. I embrace change. Change is challenge. And talk about challenge. This is question marks drop zone. So Murado Avocado, they're going to have heard those parachutes, and they will now get the shots though. So as they come down, Pike's going to have no information as he jumps in. Can't get the sound cues up. He's going to roll straight into a question mark. 5, 5, 6. See you later. There goes 1. There goes 2, and they are fully split. The only surviving chance they've got, unfortunately, is eBay's further around. Maybe he can provide a bit of cover. As he does get a doozy, but Sonic's Tiggleton wants to stop the third party from eBay. I think he has to shoot now. Oh, he's got him as well.
Oh, nice spray. We might even see SRM. Like they were just over yonder as well. They'll probably hear all this firefight. They possibly, after that nice end to that last game, might be bolstered. And 180R getting third-party shots onto Sonics as well. It's all going off.
This is the thing. So most people will know this is where question mark would have dropped, right? This style of zone path, they would go, hey, this is where it's going to go. This is where it's going to land. So I wouldn't be surprised to see other teams that want to maybe take question mark out of the mix quite early will try and play that third party, seeing they're in the kill feed, but they need to continue seeing the action happening down here. It's very hard to push down this one if you know there is already the fighting stopped. We are going to see the player though. Dante's going to pop around. He sees him and it's clean. Murado Avocado will eat dust. They have to go back to the lobby and wait out.
Yeah, unfortunately, he was trying to fight too many angles there at one time. He was just caught out on the outside of that building. But, they did well. They held their own for as long as they could. It was going good until it wasn't. All that jazz.
This is the downside, though, isn't it? It's a downside of not having any information. And when you drop in, you can get yourself in on zone, but if you haven't got the information to finish it off, then that's it. It is literally a roll of the dice. Sometimes it comes down to gun skill, but half the time, if the player's already there, anchored up, it doesn't really matter how good you are on your guns. They'll be shooting before you've hit the deck.
Oh, friendly fire here. Can they get an angle? No. So when I play, it's a far cry from these guys' level. But one thing that me and my friends that play together, we will never parachute onto buildings anymore. Like if we want to take a compound or a city, we will take the emergency drop just to the outskirts and scout first. Like we never crashed. But that's our play style, you know. It's just.
I am the
'cause we've,
polar
we've learned
opposite.
the hard way.
Full send. Get
Are
me back
you?
to the lobby as quick as I can. This is why I play one man squad. Bless him. Some of the players, some of the pros. I always put like looking for ranked. I'm trying to like practice grind up. I enjoy playing. It's my favorite game. And yeah, so some of the times though they've said Mark jump in, and honestly, King, I don't even get to fire a shot. It's like they take the mick as well. They like Marbo for Thunder. He was like, oh Mark, it's like we're gonna play Protect the President. Like you ain't gonna have the ability to shoot in this, mate. And they stopped me shooting, and they were just farming people. And I was like, mate, I need to get points. I need to get better. I don't need you lasering everyone in the lobby for me. But it's always good fun playing with the guys and girls. I must admit, it is fun. Talk about fun. And that is friendly fire right on top of FaZe here. I was going to say, are they actually going to stop? They are. Crixie, though, is on the inside. Nice little peekaboo window. As, oops, I do click on the wrong person. And friendly fire, I'm going to try and come in. He's trying to get rid of the sound cues. I think they've heard the movement now as he is going to play peekaboo around the outside. Crixie, though, shot to his camera. And they do now come in. Looks like FaZe is fully surrounding. But Spark Flush does hold that anchor. Does hear the car move further around. Boff goes down. The push now comes from FaZe.
They're going to trade Nox pretty heavily. It's going to come to this. Milk Drinker up on the hill. Back to Flush. Can he get this nade? Is it going to be on point? Can he take the pressure off his team so they can get the revive? Ooh, back to Flush. Moving around slowly. Oh, and look at that. No. Well played.
That's a good play from him as well, because he moved away from where he thought he was, and then he sat still. He denied all sound cues, and obviously then FaZe forced to push him because we're seeing the third party action coming in. You can see other teams now lurking on the outside edge, and with that, see him forcing the play. He knew he had to try and take the fight away from them, and Twisted Mind's gone early. Now result, good angle for those that know. Crixie up over the top. Let's put him down for one. Doffido is coming quite quickly. I don't think he can get close enough without the sound cues being downfall for him. As he's going to now crest over towards the top. He hasn't. How has he not heard him? How?
Oh no, the upset. And who's that for friendly fire on the other hill, on the other side? No, he's not watching anymore. It's Page, but he's not.
He's down to the final play. He's got to go. He's got to go. Let's go tune on the other side. There's a lot more action happening, though. So we've lost Twisted Minds. We've just lost Howl, I believe. Double check the map. Yeah, we've lost Howl as well. So we're down to 14 teams. And quite a few teams actually have lost an individual as well. So only 46 players will remain on the map.
This is going to be crucial now. Can it Exalt here? Put some pressure on Sonic's about to get. No, they're going to lose another one. Another one's going to go down. Oh, just like that, another team eliminated early. Just into the throes of zone number 2 as well.
This is quick for Miramar.
Now.
Quick.
This is quick for Miramar. Everyone's just going for it.
Don't forget, obviously, we haven't had a chance to bring up the leaderboard just yet, but you can have a look yourself. So, !Twire, leaderboard, bracket, schools. Should take you to twire.gg. They power the leaderboards and provide us all the good stats and facts. Talk about stats and facts, though. No name's only with one, but I'm going to pops his head up and over the top, though, and Tiggleton gets an answer back. As he goes back, but he can't hear the push from the adjacent side, and no names, despite losing one with a quick knock and flush. Instantly put another 2 down. 3. Wow.
Shrimsy as well.
Mime is nowhere near as well, so he has to go forward into the compound, take some cover, and Sonics, they get third party pretty quick as well. I think they'd be disappointed on that.
Yeah, they definitely will be. But that's par for the course in game number 5 this evening, isn't it, there, Mark? That they're coming and going extremely fast. We haven't seen this for most of this evening.
Look at this one, I'm praying for the Oasis, but it's not going to happen. Look at this, more people sitting across a line, all the way across, and question mark are just sitting exactly where they are. They're going to be happy, they're going to be confident sitting here as well. They just don't need to push out. Everyone else is pushing their way in, and we're already seeing teams get aggressive. A lot more third party action, a lot more people trying try and get a couple of kills, and I think that's resulted in these players going down.
Yeah, just not worrying about team wipes. Just going. Oh, there's someone.
Yeah.
Let's shoot him.
Yeah.
And then causing the aftermath that ensues after giving away your position and whatnot. Oh, 1, 2, 3, giving and taking as good as they get. Cleveland Cavalry. Ooh, some nice shooting from him from a distance.
Quizzy, he's only got level 1 lid though, and we get an opportunity very quickly to play Guess What's in the Drop. Third time this evening. Twice you've been wrong so far, and as the drop descends over the sandy shores, you get the opportunity to play Gibson Cast Special Guess What's in the Drop. For those that are new in chat, you get the opportunity to play along as well. And if I do catch out at the right timing, I'll give you a little shout out in chat, or
P90.
at least Kim. You go P90. P90. You didn't go for the 7s. P90 this time. Oh, MG, does you again, mate. Sandy Shores, Miramar, 7s all day, baby.
Yeah.
Oh,
Can't win, mate. I just can't win.
it's like you pick, it's like you know what it is, and you're like, I gotta pick the opposite gun. Gotta pick the opposite gun.
Yeah. It's opposite day. You know, it's opposite day.
I love it. It's like being back at school.
Did you have that?
Yeah, that's a thing. That was a thing back in the day. It's to wind the teachers all the way up. Sorry, miss, it's opposite day.
I can't imagine you winding up your school teachers, mate.
I was terrible, mate. I was one of the worst. I'm telling you. Lunchtime, up and over the school wall to go get fish and chips all the time. Used to always get phone calls back home. Mark skipped school again. He went to go get fish and chips. When I got to a certain age and my distractions started to happen with the ladies. Yep, never really attended school. Always out. So I was a terrible rascal. Really enjoyed college though. I studied architecture before I got into IT. Actually, I really enjoyed that. Yeah. So.
Random.
Yeah.
Jeez, you're a man of many talents.
No talents. No talents. No talents. I do a lot of stuff. I don't master anything.
You're a generalist, sir. A generalist.
Yeah, I think that's a nice way of putting it.
There's nothing wrong with that.
No. Just learn a little one often.
I actually going back to that paintball thing. I played a lot of paintball back in my day too. Actually.
Good job. Speedball.
Yeah. Both speedball and woodsball. But I had a Empire X. We had a little team
Wow, nice. I played for Team GB. And yeah, I played in the US. I played a lot in Europe. But not as good as shots as Fairy Tale. Glebsodo does put one down. 1, 2, 3 now are on a split, but the final is here. So a quick kill confirm, and might want to get back in the car. As I don't think they're going to come back. He's actually going to dap out the back and use the sand dunes of Miramar. So maybe make an escape. It's Fairy Tale. They are fighting for the edge of zone. I feel like he might get caught unless they can provide enough cover from their compound to stop them peekabooing over the top zone. Tighten this way down. Sonic store it in as a solo. Obviously store holding themselves up. A lot of teams need to come in. Hypebeast need to get in there. 100 ADR the same. SRM got a slight hold. Question mark will collapse onto their little split into this corner segment of FaZe. Crixie, he's still alive and it's kicking. So one man up, even despite being one of the first teams in the action.
A lot of teams need to rotate down south from the north. Like sort of crossing past almost with question mark. Can question mark climb up that set of hills from Trumanchera? You can't actually leave Trumanchera. Can you get up there?
Yeah, you're thinking the next one round.
Look, there they go. They're doing it. No, I'm thinking of somewhere else. There's.
You can get up here because you always see teams there, especially end zones, that play up here on the top, and these bowls will provide an element of really good cover. But as they descend up and over, they'll have to take the fight with a compound. But actually, do you know what? Question mark for me in such a good position as long as the zone doesn't go too far from them now.
Yeah, too right. Yeah, because they are caught out now without vehicles. They are on foot.
I think they've got vehicles. I think they've got vehicles. They're good.
Have they got vehicles?
Yeah, they're sneaky.
Oh, look, they've stashed them. They've got 3 of them, in fact.
They are sneaky. The problem they've got to have is either zone shifting away from them or a backstab. So something from maybe from Hyperbeast, 100 ADR if they get caught. Because as they climb this hillside in front of them, they will be exposed. And the people that are going to be able to expose them are these teams that now sit on the outside. So maybe the rats from the outside are going to cause the packs to go down. But yeah, looks like...
Just Delphi definitely sees him. Look at this.
Yeah.
Oh, but that trigger discipline. This is one thing I struggle with. I do not have trigger
I would have shot him before I even got into town, mate. Missed everything. Oh, 100 ADR got shot out the sky. Tokyo Flex, though, is going to have to try and descend down as he's coming straight back, trying to farm as much information, but they lost one. He'll be lucky if he does play back this way. And he's a solo.
Already 50 H. Ooh, one more bullet will do it.
Two out the sky. That is a Calabot's player. Now we go back, though, as Hype Beast, though, they were a little bit of a rat from the blue. They do get a quick knock and confirm. And question mark now have to draw their attention back. This is the only thing I feel like could maybe take apart question mark's game. They're going to have to now try and wait. Does actually have the nade and have to drop down. A doozy a bit too far away. Final play now. Besto puts a knock on.
Yes.
Good knock and
but
crucial
who's-
timing. But it looks like SRM, they are getting a quick kill confirmed on the outside. He might have the opportunity, though, to get a res as the building will block off. But SRM will be eager, knowing that question mark are down to numbers. And it looks like they definitely warmed up after that first game. Maybe they've not got the drops as blessed as our Tago, but they now know question mark now sits on the outside of the zone, and they got to come in, and they've lost people.
Yeah, are they gonna? I think they're pretty safe to gatekeep question mark down there as well, because now question mark are on the outside of the next zone, closing in 10 seconds. This is going to start crushing on them. They're like, oh, they've only lost one of the cars, so they might be able to take the cars out, but that's a dangerous gamble.
Oh, they will be hammered. Yeah, they get in those cars, they'll be hammered. They've got to fight their way out. SRM just taking their time. I think they're just playing the dips and crevices. They're playing sneaky. Sonics does go down. No names aren't pushing their way through there. But for question mark, they've got to stack up. They've got to keep as close as they can towards this terrain, towards this hillside. SRM, as I said, they took their time to figure out exactly where the players are. Now they've checked off. They know there's no one else up high. And looks like Phil Firsto refusing to go down. And he puts his body right up against the sand dune. But there is nothing else you can do. SRM, clear indication they wanted to end our question mark there. And it looks like No Names want to do the same here, but for SRM.
Yeah, this is just PUBG in a nutshell. After that firefight, giving away all that position, they would have seen the kill feed kicking off. No names here, but they haven't got their full team here to push over this ridge. My name is Hero. He's going to pull back, though. Surprising. He could have kept a lot of pressure there if his team decided to join him, but that's obviously not the case, though. Fairy Tail also losing one man there to Beyond. Doesn't look like Beyond's... Are they going to crest over from our left? Yeah.
Oh, nearly running into that nade. Oh, how did Clemson not get him? The sand just kept him alive. Now he goes for the headshots. The bright side turns around and gets him knocked out. He has to force the push, and the push does come through. It comes through pretty clean. And Fairy Tail went for a little bit of a hero's res, and it will mean they will now play on as only a 2. But I wouldn't be surprised if they keep pushing this way. But it looks like 1, 2, 3 is the place to be as they left their compound now. As the hero res on the other side gets denied quickly, and now they want to play off. There goes one side. There goes the other side. 1, 2, 3. Put 5 kills on the board. Beyond down in 8th. Fairy Tail takes 7th, but FaZe still alive into the placement point now. And it is a very clear side now on this east-hand side of the zone.
And there's No Names. No Names is pushing on to SRM now as well. 2 of them will go down in quick succession. There's still 2 more down there. And there's, after all, the Black Banner there.
Oof.
Pushing up. Sarvim Esports in the sandwich of danger, if you will.
They were aggressive. I like that stance. They were eager to take on that fight. They were eager to try and get rid of the teams that were playing over here. And obviously, lucky enough for them, it was question mark. They done well. They then couldn't get back up on top before No Names really became a nuisance for them. So we're down to 5 teams. About to go top 4. It will be hopefully a little bit quieter now as we are only 13 players left alive. And phase number 6, definitely a very quick game. Actually, I have to say maybe one of our quickest games that we've had so far this evening. It's best of 6. We have this game plus 1 more. So maybe the final game number 6 on Miramar is a little bit of a dangerous combo to have.
I think so. I think also one of the nature of scrims, and by the 6 games, it's been a long night for some of these people. It's quite stressful, to play 6 games back to back. It's tiring, a lot of emotions, if you will. So I think sometimes people kind of don't throw the 6th game, but they go more aggressive. You know, they're happy to, you know, maybe they're down in the point standings or whatever. That, you know, they practice what they want to, so they're going for a bit more fun. And Corexi, they're getting caught out trying to come up the ridge on towards 1, 2, 3, but that's not going to work out for that man, unfortunately.
No, but they have
There's
cleared
one
their side, and now we go top 4. So they've got 6 kills, and they've got 3 win or die. They sit pretty much centralised zone, and they've only got the 3 kills to warrant it. After all, they've been, I feel like, chasing a lot of kills, a lot of third-party action, but just really not getting there in the nick of time. It kind of either disperses, or the other team who's cleared it up. They've kind of only got, I'd say, scraps maybe of this lobby at least. They are now working their way down and around. Doesn't it look like they've picked up the MK that the SRM play? Oh no, it's not. So the MK with no name. Sorry, SRM didn't have an MK this round. That was last round. They were stealing all the drops.
No, that was last one. That was last one. Yeah.
4 teams remain.
But-
3v3v3v3.
But saying that though, like picking up the scraps, hashtag picking up the scraps, is actually a very viable play because, you know, points are awarded by kills, not damage done.
Yep.
So, in some of my casts where I keep counts of like who does what damage and stuff like that, you get some players that are in the several thousands of damage, but they've only had like 6 kills over a night. And then you get other players that have had 15 kills and only done 2,000 damage.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, it's so disproportional. But all those points come from kills. You know, it's same when you just play normal ranked in PUBG. You know, like damage is irrelevant. It's all about kills. Kill stealing is such, you know, there's an art to it, in fact.
Yeah, there are some players that have done really well. We try to keep the chat English where possible. And I think I'll take
Spanish again.
Yeah, I think it is Spanish, but I'm just gonna go like that. And that's enough of that. And see you later. I nearly banned the wrong person. Let's time you out. There you go. Bye. So, with a 3v3v3, win or die now subject is the outside of the zone, but they're the only ones really with hard cover. But Miramar offers the Sandus, offers that ability to be creative. And actually, I'm a fan of open play. I don't like compounds. I don't like holding in compounds. I like being creative on the outside and trying to pop your head up and work your way around. As we do see after all now, send out the ability as they go round.
I too dislike being inside buildings. I find them hard to defend. And it's easy to just chuck a nade in, blue zone grenades now, you know, a well-timed Molotov. But hey, we are not win or die. And win or die will this compound as all of them. After all, 1, 2, 3, everyone starts fighting around the outside. There's going to be no names, though, that start pushing the rear of After All.
Good use of smoke, though.
This is going to take, yeah, look at this. After all, it's going to... 2 of them will commit to the push on win or die, and this Klim's going to go out wide, as we can see on the top of the screen there against 1, 2, 3. Look at 1, 2, 3, not even looking this way towards Klim. Klim with an easy kill. He was like, nah, mate, come this way.
Oh.
His teammate will trade it back. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy.
Lucky he released that nade, I'll say that. I know he's going to try and get it. It's all on this outside edge fight. It's all of this play now. As the smokes did provide a good use of all, the cars will provide a little bit more cover. No names though, playing really open terrain and playing it really creative though. 1, 2, 3, final play for them, comes out and gets a knock, goes back to his little cubby hole and says no more, you cannot push me. As no names now, we have to try and put a little bit of heroes res. It's going to be a little bit of pressure. As you can see him, he's playing peekaboo. Will he come back out and play some damage? But he can't though, as the shots were lined up. And win or die, they still remain in their compound. They do not want anything to do with this game. They want this one to be over, but after all, getting the res there, back to a 3. There goes the first knock, though. Goes back with a slight trade. Klim, though, comes back and over and gets his the final play now for win or die. Comes up and over around the outside edge and gets a crucial knock. It extends, though. Wipes the squad. He will now have to work his way down, but it is a 3v1. Can our win or die team, or our solo win or die player, actually make anything of the end of this?
And here comes the... Are no names going to push this directly? They surely must be. Extenso did what a...
Fake
that was
smoke.
going to be a hard fight between him and Clem, but well done to no names. What a... Just holding off took that fight with 1-2-3 at the end there as well, and then just poised for victory after all.
A very strong game when it came down to the end of it. And do you know what? A nice little winner chicken dinner. 13 kills though in the end of it, and No Names actually played some very. Obviously, with the guys playing some very, very tough terrain at the end there, No Name showed us actually sometimes playing in the open fields, the open area does work well, subject to a couple of knocks, but they were able to discipline though. Good use of smoke, I felt, King, at the end as they were playing the smokes up. They were really trying to deny the compound having visibility. I don't think they really knew that 1-2-3 were that close to them at the time, but when those nades started coming rolling in, they actually cleaned up that fight pretty well.
Yeah, too right. Yeah, I think they were caught off guard by how close 1-2-3 were. And then I think 1-2-3 were also, because we seen after all coming around to the north of the circle like Clem, and he was like looking that way, and all of 1-2-3 had turned around to No Names. And Clem was like, hello, buddy.
Yeah.
And then just kind of accidentally they got flanked by their own decisions, if you will. Misdecisions.
But 1-2-3, they held that east hand side, right, and they were doing the right thing. They had Fairy Tale. Obviously, they then had to play with FaZe. Obviously, was trying to come in. Beyond were being a problem as well. They were doing the mechanics were right. They then unfortunately lost the zone. They had to make a huge sort of dip in towards that final segment, and them and No Names played at the same time. No Names, on the other hand, though, they made a tactical call to come down off that hill, play into the compound, where we did see Mime, a final Sonics player at the time, and obviously further down. But then that call at the very, very end, huge shout for No Names, because it's just a flat terrain. The compound could see them. Lucky enough for them, they were engaged on the other side. And afterwards, you mentioned Clem, huge play from him. Unfortunately, didn't quite go their way. But I do like that creative play, that open area, that sand dune hold as he wrapped down towards that fireside and took some really strong shots. Anyway, let's have a very, very quick break because I'm a little bit alarmed because the lobby is not up for some bizarre reason. But we've got one more round. It's a final Miramar coming up, and we'll see you guys after the break.
Have some choice. down, take a walk, have a drink, take your coffee, out the day, take your time.
Right.
Here we go. It's the final game, unfortunately. It's game number 6. Best of 6, though, for the Scrims. But it is our second Miramar, at least. We can say that. Flight path, though, is a southeast, pretty much to a west-hand side. But does favour maybe sort of south side of the map, King. But, God, it's like PUBG, and I'll keep harping on about it. It's not subject to flight path anymore. So, let's see where this zone goes.
Will we get the 2 islands out to the right-hand side this time?
I've had a few of them, mate. I've had a few of them. They are good. I had one for PEC. It was the first game. I had I think it was 1,200 people watching us, and it was for the qualifications, round of 16, and we had that top island. It was insane. After all, and question mark, actually, after all, jumped exactly where they are now. Question mark was a little bit south of them, and then so question mark went a bit further up into that corner, just sort of east of El Hazar. And then as soon as the zone popped, both After All and Question Mark got a boat and went over there. They sent one person over there, which I thought was really interesting. They then Question Mark came back and toyed with the idea of going backwards and forwards. But eventually, because they were first on the island, they just cleaned it up. And actually, I kind of like those games because they result in maybe not so much of a... you basically... You're trying to get to the island. That some teams will just take a stance at some point and go, do you know what? I just need to get some kills. And talk about some kills. There's 2.
Iron sights on the AK. Doesn't even reload. Gets 2 knocks.
Be a nice quick kill. Let's just see where the remainder of them are. As it's going to be Jameezy putting the kills on. He hasn't even got a vest. He's literally just rolling through at the moment. And Beyond getting caught in the belly, the stomach of our wonderful Miramar.
I love playing these tunnels. I think those tunnels are so underrated. I drop them whenever I can.
Yeah. I've had one end in it. I've had one zone end in it. It's actually really boring because one person was above, one person was below. And you don't really get it. It's like super rare to get them. I was hoping to see like a little like the depth, the trench fight, but I didn't quite get it in the end. But I see some good plays out from him. I see people lurk inside of him and pop out and destroy teams and run back in to the belly of the beast. But we don't get the islands and we don't get the belly of the beast. We get actually one of my favourite places on the map, which is one of the places that won't be here anymore. This does offer up all types of things as it does stand. High ground, we get the low ground, we get the towns and cities and everything in between, but we do get that wonderful dune in the middle, that sort of trench that we see our Morado Avocado, hopefully in Morados and rotating, but they won't be ready to stay in here for much longer as they will continue to raise up towards this north hand side.
What's what part of this map's going to change for the new one? What's going?
There's a new town in there, isn't there? I can't bring it up just yet.
Oh, 1, 2, 3. Morado Avocado. This is what they get for not driving in a Morado themselves.
That's
It's
it.
their namesake.
I'll tell you what. Let me just do that quickly, and I can. Have I got it
Oh, so those
on this map?
pictures of those. So those pictures that you've got, which I'm assuming you're about to show, those are actually not remastered compounds. These are new compounds.
Yeah, see, like Cruise is like, see, like it's all changed, like at the top section here. And then we've got water treatments, like a little bit different. They got the roads coming through. They've cut this mountain up a little bit, and then see, like there's like roads in between. So like the whole texture of this section of the land and Campo Militaire's moved over, so we don't see Campo Militaire up in that corner.
Yeah, it's up where Tora
Yep, up here.
Amuda is.
So there you go.
Interesting.
Very quickly, I'll share it on Twitter later. At least what's EU, so you can have a little gander yourself. I think that popped up on your screen. If it didn't, we were just talking about utterly nothing to you guys. Sorry.
All 1, 2, 3 though, getting as good as they got as they find one of friendly fire here in this compound. The rest of the kids came on and
They are. What are they on?
we've gone back to the drive-by meta. A drive-by with an M249.
Tripod on the roof, mate. Love it. Game 6 is always an interesting game, I'll be honest. Not as interesting as driving around with M249 in the back of a car. You can't complain. Maybe there's some more action going on. There's a lot of teams who've got to rotate their way in here. But yeah. Oh, we get to play drop. What's in the drop? It's coming down on top of us here. Exalt are sharing the roads with Sonics. As I think Mime's deciding in which one he wants to shoot. He is coming off the road. And opting not to get sandwiched in between Exalt. You tend to find they won't fight out. They won't really fight outside zone. Like, it's quite rare to see people fight outside zone number 1, especially that far. Maybe inside, tinker around the edge. There's like kind of like this fake borderline that goes around the zone. It's like I'll say it's unwritten rule. It's actually a written rule in some of the discords where they want to stay as 4. They want to keep 4 guys and girls up, especially after zone number 1, that they can actually try and play it out as strong as they possibly can. So I wasn't surprised not to see Sonics pull the handbrake and start lasering people.
Yeah, like you say, it's a bit of a Discord gentleman's agreement, isn't it? Inside the first zone during rotation, you won't interfere unless it's like you said, coming into the actual zone and we've had this compound, then it's fair dues to shoot at you. But if you're rotating together in vehicles, you kind of, just let bygones be bygones for 5 whole minutes.
Yeah. Not long. As, we already saw some people go from that point, so I have to click the ad on the break screen so you guys don't get hit those bloody Twitch adverts during the break. So I'll try and make sure you guys can get into stream and not get twitched, as I call it.
What's that crate next to Wall Street?
Have a look. Have a look. Quickly. We'll play. So you fancy yourself for this one?
I've got to at least get one.
Nah, it's been got, mate.
All right.
It's been got. It's been got. It's definitely been got. The question is though, who's got it? I reckon it's in that back pocket over there. Do you want to play guess still? Doesn't look like it. Does not look like it's on his back.
Nah,
so
no.
He's still in the drop. Now the giveaway is he's on 5s, right? So there you go. Everybody in chat, he's on 5s. So what is in the drop? I'd assume is either 7s or is your P90. But come on, you've got to get this right now. You're going Groza this time. You're not going to go with the MG that you got dabbed or MK. No, sure, Groza.
Groza.
MG. You've been MG 3 times today. 3 times.
I was like, I suppose most people would leave an MG though. Like a lot of people don't like playing.
I think 5s are hitting hard at the moment. So many more 5s. 5 seems to be the standard. Like Flushbin has been spotted.
Not long ago. Like you can't carry that many 7s anymore either.
No.
Like I can't remember how many updates ago that was, but
everyone had 7s before, didn't they? Everyone had 7s before. It was always barrel, SLR, barrel SLR.
Oh, yeah. But now you just can't carry the bullets. Like you can carry so many more 5s, which is also a big thing about carrying the MG or N249. You can just load it with the extended mag, like 150 rounds, and then that's all you need.
Yeah.
And then you can carry your 7s for your DMR. Or just hold way more utilities. Because that's a big thing. I'm not a big utilities guy. I'll carry like a bunch of smoke grenades and 1 nade. Whereas, other people will sacrifice a lot of bullets and just go for every nade they see.
I think you have that person on the team though sometimes. They are...
we've got those guys in our clan. They're just like, they're like grenadiers.
Yeah. It's a skill. It's a skill. It's a very good skill, and I can be honest, I ain't got it. I look smokes all day. Like I like playing open ground, so smokes are my best friend. I'm pretty quick at getting smokes out and getting away if I need to, or smoke and rat type of thing. But grenade, there's such a skill set to grenades. I'd personally like to see utility way more, or maybe you have like a limited slot, like you can only carry 2 smokes, or you can only carry like 2 grenades, or whatever it is. Like a number. I'm not saying 2 is the right number, but I think it should be util specific. So
that's quite what is it? CS:GO.
Yeah.
That's quite a tactful. I don't know.
I would put it as well, like if you had like level 1 gear, you can only carry X. If you have like level 2, you carry Y. If you have level 3, you carry like Z. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'd increase the amount with the gear. Like it's like they have like the right holders on the vests to put the grenades in.
So I would do it the other way around. I would say 1 gear you can hold more utility. Like it's a weight trade-off thing. Because in my like everything should have a pro and a con, in my opinion. Like everything should be weighed up. Like the jammer pack, I think's unfair because it holds the same as a level 2 backpack, but you get the jammer.
Yeah.
So why would you not pick up a level 2 backpack? I mean a jammer backpack.
Well, let us know in chat.
Like
Twisted Minds might have a little sniff at that.
Yeah.
You might have to tell Battalions twice to pick that one up. But yeah, let us know in chat. What's your thoughts on the grenades, the util, the vests? Should they make change? Is it perfect? A bit like Rofto tabbing 1, 2, 3 out. Been a little bit bullying a lot of these teams, and the zone does play up towards the top. Then Rod Avocado gets the headshots though onto well patiently waited and able to get the knock. We are seeing now a full descent coming in though as the Exalt team though looking to get the res as quickly as they can. They're taking a bit of third party action themselves as they will try and tinker their way through into the battleground. It's going to be the firehouse. Final player now works and lay down. Disgusting. Exalt puts down the drop shot. I don't know if you can call it a drop shot. He was just prone to waiting.
Yeah. But hey, it ain't dumb if it works, mate.
No way. Eager to get through and clear everyone up, Terminator style. Forgot to look down and shot upwards. Sends them and goes out. Good games though from Rod Avocado. I think they got caught a little bit early on that other one, but they had not bad games. SRM, think on the edge, and this is another Powerhouse versus Powerhouse. How versus SRM. Oh, receiving shots though from behind. Now, able behind cover. Fairy Tale will try and get those confirms. As they do get Global Army down. So there's a second one now for SRM. It's really favoured towards Howl and because of our Fairy Tales. And they are causing a bit of a fair party, a bit of a stab in the back. As we will watch the player go down. Right on top of him as well. Right on top of him.
Yeah, Howl is super lucky in that position. That Fairy Tale was putting on so much pressure on towards SRM for them as well. Yeah, that was just unfortunate for them that Fairy Tale had such a good angle on them.
Where is our 1, 2, 3 player? Because they have been running rounds. This one a little bit. I love that. So many FKs. Oh, I just figured out their coaches. Yeah, coaches. Anyone with 5 in their team is a coach. I apologise, I've not been really active in chat. The game's turnaround time have been really, really good. Let's look back at the zone though. The action's already about to kick off though. Fairy Tale are making the push though on House. Onyx with a nice 2-2 split. I do like this sort of cruise area. I do like the way Fairy Tale are coming in, but they are really split. And they are subject now to getting tabbed. And they are too far away to maybe get the res. They're going to have to collapse this really quickly. Looks like that is the call. And they are going for a full send. It is game 6. So, now working their way through. Map
it's not a terrible time to go for a collapse though. That Howl does have a knock as well. Like it's not terrible if you can keep your car on all 4 wheels, which he does nicely. Will Vargo be able to catch an angle? Or is he going to come down and try and flank up and underneath them? Fairy Tale, they have collapsed, like you said. They consolidated their forces.
And they're quick as well.
They got fast. Oh, but look at that. Ooh, Vargo runs out of bullets, switches to the Mini 14. Pop shot, tries to get him from under the car.
Oh.
No, it is not going to work out for him. Fairy Tale will trade knock for knock. This is another Battle of Titans. Fairy Tale known for being very aggressive. Hal, though, equally so. It's going to be a battle of the ridge.
It's being fought on multiple fronts. So we've got obviously sitting in the middle, causing problems, stopping Fairy Tale now moving back. They're able to clear that one. Now Fairy Tale kind of lost in their reinforcements, and they does set the line, does set the precedence though with him and Glebstar. They're able to try and force forward. That individual player, that solo player from Hal, is the one that stopped the play.
Yeah, but now Hal, just that say now Hal has got time to get the reinforcements up on that further back ridge. So Bugger isn't so pinned down now. They've got it down to a 2v3. They'll be silly if they push this too aggressively. They could lose another player, Hal. They don't seem to be the erring on the side of caution slightly, which is nice to see. It's smart play. It's game number 6 at the end of the evening, but there's no point being reckless when you don't have to. Always underneath them. But no, he's going to get caught out.
Nayback though, nearly gets the second as well. So no, he's coming back down this way. Yeah, there's no, unfortunately, we are a solo stream. I love it when people think. I love it when people think we are. We've like got full production. Like no, we are just solo people here living the dream.
Sorry, we don't have one of our friends out back doing replays.
Yeah. I wish we did. After all, a doozy never lets anything go by as he just rolls the rest of the team, and then just comes cruising through, hanging out the side of his car. After all, though, final.
Smooth.
They are closest up. They are really split. Nado goes out. This sees Leicester just pop up and overstop. Let's catch him with those last couple of shots though. And question mark might get aggressive again and roll the cars forward.
Oh, sneaky! That was a sneaky flashbang from after all. Pre-anticipating the push coming from question mark. It's a wee bit too early. And question mark do have the numbers in the fight. The rest of after all up the hill here. They'll take a wee bit of damage. The next zone's going to pop. Will they
Still going to go cruise.
Yeah, they and it's going to be cruise.
This is horrible, man.
Yeah, no.
FaZe obviously going to go back to the firehouse and hold the outside edge, right? And expect the zone to play back towards them. Twisted Minds might do the same. Look, Panzer in the middle of town. No, put it down. And then you've got the rest of the teams that have to now play in. They've got Panzer sitting there. Sonics, they've got some nice little hills and ridges they can play. They don't have to get involved in the madness that is going to be this town. But if it does go into the zone, we might see them have to aggressively crash its way in. Hyper Beast. I'm trying to get the third party. Go on.
Is that the first Panzerfaust we've seen this evening?
It is the first, yeah. It always comes in game 6, mate. Always comes in game 6. Question mark, though. They went on the aggressive stance for game 6 themselves, and they were chasing down our after all team. And now we have Hype Beasto coming from behind, wrapping their way around the outside edge of blue, and they need to cause some more damage. But they're already in zone, so no matter what happens, they're kind of funneling these teams in towards them.
Yeah, it's right. It's I think that they're definitely playing a wee bit different though. That they're throwing caution to the wind, if you will. I think they're playing a bit loosey-goosey than we normally see question mark play, and they've suffered for it a wee bit. I dare say they're number 1 on the leaderboards this evening overall. Yeah. So they probably are throwing caution to the wind a lot more than what we usually see. Same here with no names. This is why I don't emergency drop on buildings. How many teams could possibly be in here?
Actually, can't quit on the money. He has to push forward. He's been caught. He's going to flush him out. No, he goes down.
No, it's the molly's going to take him down.
Oh, and if he got that bando on in time, and then the last one comes rolling through the town, he's gone. Can he get to his boy? Anything? No, he's gone to the wrong side. He hits the other side, and no names. They collapse at the very, very end.
Not for lack of trying, though.
No.
For lack of trying.
Gotta love it, mate. Gotta love it, mate. After all, final play for them.
Yeah, that's a clash of titans right there.
Oh, it's going to go zone. Doozy's just insane, mate. Insane. He can't. He has to go. Has he got any meds? He's got bandos and that is it. So he's going to the short side of the zone. I don't think he wants to go towards the player, but he's running short side. So he doesn't get touched by zone that quickly. But unfortunately, zone is always that beast that keeps on giving. And it is going to collapse its way in. So Hype Beast, though, sit on the outside edge. They are constantly going backwards and forwards. They are always looking for a kill, but they've only got 2 on the board.
It's nice to see Sonics in the late game as a 4-man team. But I think a lot of people probably joining the stream, big fan favourite Sonics. Sure, plenty of people cheering.
Oh my! Oh, FaZe get the knock on him.
FaZe from the distance too.
This is the best thing. Sonics are in stuck. They're in a good spot. They don't need to really move here. FaZe will send that question mark. And yeah, question mark on top of the leaderboard. You can see, look at the scores and doors. Exclamation mark Twire. That'll bring that all up. All time. Final play for them. How we know they've been fighting on the back burner a little bit. Hayes will come through. I will just put the smoke wall up so we can see exactly how Laosh is peekabooing. Him and Quizzy still survive. And it's the battle now for inside terrain as we are seeing the town now go.
And this is going to be a miss, I think. Look at this, How going down to Friendly Fire. Friendly Fire got to push up here. We've got the rest of How. And who is this? Oh, it's Win or Die. Just over this ridge in white.
Yeah, Win or Die. They cleared that last How player now. And Friendly Fire team going to get the initial shot slowed down. I don't think they know Quizzy's right underneath the ridge line for him, but they have put the car down, so he's going to be down, kill, and confirm. They've been reading the kill feed right. They're going to know there's someone here. But unfortunately, after this, there's no more cover. It's open terrain. He's going to have to take the fight. I feel like Win or Die, because he's going to have to go, do you know what? I just got to take the fight. Like, he's got the car. It's going to hide some of that sound dune away, knowing the players might be rapping away. Might be able to peek up and over and cause a little bit of damage. But he might just be trying to wait this one out. FaZe, they do pick up R1, 2, 3. Ah, the ridge just gives away a little bit too much. Shots now do come through. They might be blessed. And we are going to see the push from our Friendly Fire team. And Quizzy might cause them some huge problems. I don't know if he's been picked up. They've got an MG in hand, but
I don't think they know he's there at all. And he's only got those bandages, so he's healing up. But he's in a wonderful place to start third-partying people if he can get an angle on Friendly Fire. Because they're up against the High Beast or after up on the top right of the map.
100 ADR. AWM in the hand. Just able to get past Grexy though with a little bit of PUBG luck. But now he is going to have to try and continue to work his way in. And looks like our Friendly Fire team have got their backs exposed, but they are the ones pushing forward, making the aggressive stance now as Hype Beast lose 2. There you go, but so does 100 ADR. And they are going to rotate their way back. And Sonics, they're pushing their way back as well. I think they're going to know the car rolls up. Sonics arriving as they get a nade rolled underneath. That should be able to catch at least one. Molly goes straight out though. Molly does catch. There'll be no one else to really contend. And the car gets sent flying away as FaZe now leave outside of the compound. But so does everyone else because we are leaving Cruise. We are going to be going up to the top. There you go. Top 4 eventually as Quizzy eventually goes down for our Win or Die. And we go actually for our top 4. And for the first time this evening, we got 4 teams with 4 people.
Yeah, what a total shake-up this is for the evening. Yeah, like you said, we've even sometimes skipped over the final 4 and gone directly to the final 3.
Yep.
And now we've got a 4v4.
So FaZe with 9, Exalt with 6, Friendly Fire with 7, and Sonics with 1. And obviously Sonics, no one's come their way, right?
No. And might I add, this is all powerhouses. And look at that. One not for Sonics, but I think they'll be safe to get their revive off, though. I don't think they're being pushed too heavily.
Yeah, pushed out really far. I don't know why we came further down. Maybe because they were here, they'd expect this zone to be store free. But FaZe hearing the cars leave. He will now
Sharp.
be subject to getting shot in the bum. And down he goes.
We've just about seen sharpshooter with from friendly fire with every type of bolting now. Now he's got an M24.
Sharp shots by nature.
Ooh.
Tiggleton Gnome putting down the push.
Yeah,
As,
Tiggleton's a hard man to play peeky, shooty with, isn't he? You know, he's got his reputation for a reason. It's not for.
Interesting. They're making the push though. Look, but they're going to have their backs exposed to friendly fire. They just like completely forgot as a team that are here.
And they're going to get punished for it too. Sharp shot there.
Just put the
Unlike him
smoke
to
up.
miss a shot, but hey.
Well, don't forget, obviously we can see through, but obviously on the outside edge, and Nate does go over from mine. That's going to be pretty good. Does get the confirmed
Ooh, that was a
GG's.
nice nay.
Storm more coming through. I don't know if he knows the res was tried. Definitely will hear now, but with all these smokes, let's provide a bit of cover. Friendly fire just in the best spot at the moment. They're able just to hammer down these shots. He will try and peek around his own smoke, but he's got to be cautious because FaZe have fully wrapped all the way around the outside edge. I don't think they quite know exactly where he is. Crexy might be the one that will pop up and see if he continues going that way. Oh, he dropped a nade. They've got to be cautious there. As, could have been quite dangerous if there wasn't a call out.
That might have been FaZe with friendly fire that time if they weren't smart about that one. Could have been embarrassing that. But Exalt though, they've just got a knock now. We haven't heard much of them the last couple of minutes. They've been pretty quiet. But it looks like one of them is pushing up R1. Yeah, he's pushing up ahead of
It's a
his
hard
team.
push though, that next one, right?
Yeah, it's all uphill from here, buddy. But he's not afraid. Look at him.
Out of the team, Art is always the one that will be the spearhead of an attack for Exalt, I find. Again, really creative player. He knows the danger that he's trying to come up here. They're going to get third-party action, but actually they're in zone. They need to maybe just rein him back in and go, look, actually, hold on, I know you want to make the play up there. I know we can take him, but actually we've got a bolt here, and maybe after this next zone, we are going to have to see friendly fire, though, descend down, but they will be punished by the FaZe and Sonic, because they kind of agree not to take the fight anymore, but maybe to get the shots in the backs, though, of the Exalt team. And with that push now stopping, it means our friendly fire team can shoot back and cause some danger.
I wonder if they were willing to take that push because they thought FaZe and Sonics were going to fight, and they were free to not get third-partied as well. I wonder if that was going through their minds. And then they heard that fight stop, and then they pulled back a wee bit. But now look at friendly
100%
fire.
agree.
Yeah, now friendly fire totally ignoring Exalt. Just like, oh, his face. Oh, the man goes down to 1 HP. That
Street
Chung
Fight,
Li
yeah.
costume.
Come on, everyone, you've
Just
got to love
keeping him
this.
alive.
Everyone else seeing the Street Fighter stuff, it is on point. The question is, no, PUBG's going to take so much money from me this month. I've got the Sonic's gear to buy. I've got the Twisted Minds gear to buy. I've got all the Street Fighting gear to buy. I'm going to be running around the map going, Hadouken, every single time.
Yeah.
And they got the animations as well, you know that. I don't know if you've seen it, they got the animations as well.
No.
Yeah. It's like the pack is so worth the 6,000 G coin. It's got all the animations.
Don't tell me that. Don't tell me that.
I mean, we're busting out
That's-
Hadouken all the way through, man. I'm not going to get any kills, man. Just be busting dances out in front of people.
Tiggleton hits. Ooh. Still peeking that rock angle. 6 HP. Does not care. Oh, decides to no longer play peeky, shooty. It's just going on all around the map.
He recalls
Tiggleton's
back,
already-
he comes back out and he's down. Eventually the push does happen. I think that's because of the action that started happening between the two. And oh my days, they're trying to conquer the top. But Barkleflush says, no, I am king of this castle. Exalt turn back around and they go instantly down to a solo player. Gonna get the res as they will refocus their attention. The mollies will be enough maybe to stop the push going over the top and keep the X-ray off. As we now see the smokes, they do dissipate and the Mark gets to try and take the fight, but Tiggleton on the other hand says, no, this is now my King of the Castle. That nade would have been perfect, but Exalt getting the last steal. Sonic's looking like they're going to try and close up this last game here as they want to continue. It's technically a 2v2. Exalt could get one of the reses back on though, but the confirms are happening. Tiggleton is just holding firm. The util is coming back here from them, but Shrimsy, he's got a slight different angle. Exalt getting a little bit of a break. I think Tiggleton is eager to get over, but this double dualism is going to be dangerous though. Double stack 2v1.
This is definitely the Tiggleton that everyone has come to watch tonight. They want to see him play aggressive and precise, and he will. He'll take out the chicken dinner for Sonics in game number 6 this evening.
Geez, right timing, right play. Exalt were trying to climb that mountain, trying to climb the King of the Castle at the very, very end, but it kind of didn't go their way. Winner, chicken dinner. Sonics get the final game on the board.
I actually thought Tiggleton was going to end that much earlier with the nade. I thought some of those nades were actually, or Molly was going to end that a bit sooner, but well done. What an that was an action-packed end.
Yeah, it was good. Question mark didn't get 4 chicken dinners like we saw on Monday. It was a little bit more of a split bag. I feel like different teams, different things are working out for different maps. Let's add an extra difference in there. I think a couple of teams might be disappointed with their performance today as they couldn't quite get out the blocks and get into the swing of things, but teams definitely really got into it. Sonic's very much at the end. They're a different game style from them. This is what they're trying, different things, and obviously able to clutch up much more of a controlled start, a controlled middle, and then just going aggressive at the end. Played the zone really well at the last one. No Names had a really good game for them where they got the chicken dinner. They exploded. SRM, big shout for them. Again, controlled. What we're seeing, I think, the summary of today is that we see very, very controlled early mid-game and explosive endings. So a lot of our chicken dinners came from quieter teams at the beginning, right?
Yeah, 100%. I think that's too, and I think that's they maybe didn't care as much in that last game, but I think question mark that was their downfall slightly in that last game. They weren't playing the same consistent game as they were for the first 5. They seemed a wee bit more messy. So I think a lot of teams were trying to copy that sort of thing. I feel like FaZe was as well, but we just, when it come to the firefights, that it just didn't quite happen for them. But that's PUBG. Everyone's on the same level here, pretty much. This is
like FaZe though. FaZe have a different panache to it though, because they would extend a little bit more than other teams. But I actually like, because FaZe will consolidate that really quickly. We saw that at the end, saw that push at the end as they split themselves across the town, right? But then when the town left, they instantly consolidated and they made a very hard run out on that west-hand side. That's open terrain. They had Sonics in front of him and Friendly Fire up on the hill. Yes, a little bit was they could get away with it because Friendly Fire were taking that fight with Exalt at that time, right? But I really like the creativity we see from FaZe and how they move around the map sometimes.
Yeah, that is true. And just a bit of a shout out. I hate to use the word underdog, but Murado Avocado. I like to see it's they're in a scrims with some pretty big names. Like, I don't want to take anything away and say they definitely deserve to be here, but sometimes I like seeing teams like that come through and actually get some points on the board as well. I find that's quite fun. I think that's the beauty of scrims as well.
If you can get in the lobby and throw it down against the players, why wouldn't you? That is the main thing. For those obviously don't know, obviously there's a tier system. Obviously it depends on where you sit on the global stage. It depends on what tier you get, the events you perform, you get points, and points make prizes. Prizes then obviously equate to a tier system that are in the lobby. There's much more bigger community when it comes down to PUBG PC compared to console, and that's why we see 3-4 lobbies an evening getting ready. Everyone is getting ready for the main stage. The big bucks are up. The PGS2 kicking off on the 10th of August. I'll be watching it. I will try and get as much as I can covered though beforehand. Before I go on to what I've got coming up though, King, thank you very much obviously for jumping in and being a part of this evening. Is there any final thoughts from you that you want to close off this evening on?
No, just thanks for having me, mate. Like, it's always a blast. It's for I enjoy doing this, and the love for PUBG. It's to do this with a fellow enthusiast, if you will. It's always enjoyable.
I love PUBG. Look, first and foremost, if you guys can go show some love to this man, I'll make sure he types something in chat so you can click his name and click the little follow button. But yeah, go show King some love. He covers these on Monday, so if you want to watch these again on a Monday, he is the main channel though to go watch. So make sure you give him a follow and show him some love. But yeah, thank you very much for jumping in. I was driving back, I was very tired, and it's because you were like, hey, we're doing scrims. I was like, yeah, do you know what? I literally pulled off my camera van, I aired out, I put it on the floor, I walked in, and I actually opened this up first. I looked at Discord and went, yep, it's stacked. I'm getting changed, I'm getting showered, and coming straight back out. So I thank you very much for forcing me to come do some scrims this evening.
My pleasure.
My final statements for today: really good games. I really enjoyed it. Keep grinding the players. It is clearly showing off. Question mark. You are looking on fire at the moment. Sonic's the same. I like your different strats at the moment, and our friendly fire team also, who are qualifying their way to the road to Rehab. So interesting that I get a look at behind the scenes and look. And obviously, guys, please keep messaging me. Tell me what you're trying. I like the information that you guys are behind the scenes. You're happy to share. Obviously, that I will share out publicly. Obviously, it's not top secret. I got the opportunity to talk to Gunnar. Thank you very much for the information and the insights in towards Sonic the other day. What I've got on for me, so tomorrow and Friday is the DACH, DACH German regions for the finals for Powered by Bing Esports and Pubg DE. Thank you very much. We have the ability, though, we'll be covering it is the final 2 days, the final, and money again is up for grabs. It's 3,000 euros for the contending teams. Ascend, they are smashing it. That's why we've not seen them this evening. I think they'll be getting themselves ready, having a little rest before the final 2 days. It is best of 5 on both days, so we do have 10 games left to play. We've got 2 Miramars, 1 Tego, and 2 Orangles each day. So same time, it'll be on this channel. I'll be doing the English. If you do speak German, it'll be on the Bing Esports channel, though, for the final 2 days there. I can't speak German, and I can barely speak English, but if you want to come tune in, I'll be here Saturday and Sunday, and hopefully I'll have a co-caster like King, or maybe Kev. I don't know if he is better. Bless him, he wasn't well last week. That's it from me. As always, we'll go raid someone. Thank you very much for the subscribes. Thank you very much for the follows and all the love. If you want to say thank you again, all I'd ever say, if you can give us a follow on YouTube. !YouTube. Yes, apologies, didn't have time to get the YouTube set up, though, to stream this evening. But I will post this straight onto YouTube straight away. And as you saw, some people already in chat, they actually like me casting on YouTube because you're able to pause, rewind, start again. There is an advantage, actually, to watching on YouTube because you get to control, not to control the stream yourself, but if you need to go make a cup of tea, little Rosie Lee, you can hit pause. I know you can do that on Twitch, but if you want to go back and restart again, you can do as well. So you're able to go forward.
Can you also watch on 4K? Sorry to interject here.
Yeah, so that's why I really want to push YouTube, because I can actually continue to send more bitrate over there. So actually you get because I cast on Ultra. PUBG has a limitation, don't get me wrong. But Twitch has a limitation for how much information I can send to you guys on Twitch. Hence why we are pushing YouTube. So if I can just give you guys, if you guys can do 2 things for me, give King a follow, number 1, but number 2, if you can go give my like and subscribe. It's completely free on YouTube, as I am trying to grow that platform. So if we do continue to produce content over there, you'll be the first to know and first to see it. That's it. Thank you very much. Let's go raid someone. I will see all you guys and girls same time, same place tomorrow. But that's it from us. Thank you and peace.